Hello and welcome, Neumont University students and beyond. I'm Sky, and I'm happy to be bringing you the Neumont Llama Rama Pro-Am for our Splatoon team. We did this last year, but it was a lot smaller than it is this year. We had so many teams come this time, and so it's definitely going to be a really interesting bracket, to say the least. Pulling up that bracket information right now, it looks like our first team is probably going to be Rum and Coke versus Jaden and Paxton, assuming that nothing has changed. Looks like we have two teams with buys, brush maxing, and AoE, also known as area of effect. Not sure how well you guys can read these things. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit for y'all, or maybe not. Will it let me? We love Microsoft Edge. Microsoft Edge is known as the world's saying how much we love it. It's known as the world's best browser by far. Everyone knows. Now it won't let me scroll sideways. That'll be a problem that we'll fix later. Oh, I can make it full screen. Oh, and I can just drag it like that. Okay, I guess that works. Yeah, as I was saying, our first matchup will be Rum and Coke and Jaden and Paxton, as far as I'm aware. All of that being said, kind of just waiting for these teams to get in here, get set up, get ready, get going. Yeah. For anyone that doesn't know what a Pro-Am is, to the best of my knowledge, a Pro-Am is when you get the players of a team, the pros, as you will, and they will go ahead and pair them up with amateurs, people that have not played this game that competitively or that professionally, and go ahead and let them loose, let them figure out who is ready, who is fighting for the fight, the real fight out there. Again, I'm really just trying to fix this page here. It's so strange. So strange and weird. Why is half of it not real? Sorry. Never used this site before. There we go. If I just make it mobile view, then suddenly it looks good. All right, I fixed the bracket thing. Looks like our team members have gotten into their correct places. Should be starting up anytime now. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure which two are Rum and Coke, but Jaden and Paxton are names that I feel like I've been able to recognize before, assuming that those are the two teams that are fighting. We've said that we're going to try to use the alias system to make sure that I'll know who it is, so I could very well be wrong about these things. Nova and Xavier and Random Squids is a different team there. I could be showing you guys this. I have the bracket set up here. Nova and Xavier and Random Squids are the other team it could theoretically be. And to the best of my knowledge, not sure exactly who. Yeah. Once again, I'm just going to keep on sitting here, keep on waiting, trying to figure out exactly who's what, when, and where. All of that being said, again, I think, based on the fact that there's a person in the lobby named Nova, it's not going to be that person and Paxton up first, despite them being the first slot. I think that they mentioned that Paxton might have been running late or something along those lines, so I could absolutely see that being the case. I don't need to have stream delay. I will go turn that off and just remember to turn it on at the end of this. Because why am I streaming with delay? Let's go ahead and see if I can figure out how to turn that off. Let's disable stream delay. And I don't know how that will work with the fact that I've already started streaming. I might want to end and then restart, but that also sounds like a bad idea. No clue, honestly. No clue. I wish these things were easier to think about. Delay. Yeah. All of this being said, I just heard another person jump in, and it looks like we will be getting into this game here soon. So, we can, again, hop into this game anytime now. Looks like they are readying up. We have Nova and Xavier on one team. We have Squiddo and RXR on the other team here. Let's go try to figure out who those could be on the bracket. Taking a nice peek at this bracket again, we have Rum and Coke versus Jaden and Paxton versus Nova and Xavier versus Random Squids. And so I'm going to assume that Nova and Xavier versus Random Squids is going to go ahead and be Squiddo and Random RXR. We are, in fact, not starting with the top of the first bracket, but we are instead starting with the bottom of the first round. Again, I assume that is because either Paxton is not showing up or late, or the other person, Jaden, are not showing up and or late. All of this being said, once again, we are good and ready. I should not have closed that fully like that, though. I should do this and then that. There we go. That works better. Looks like they are readying up right now. We are going to be taking it to Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi Resort. For those that might not have played a lot of Splatoon or known a lot about it, Splat Zones is kind of like a King of the Hill type of game mode. You have the zone where you need to put your paint down. Get 75% paint, it'll be painted 100% your color. Get below 50, it'll go back to a neutral. Get below 25, and it'll be painted all of the enemy's color. As it is painted your color and it is not considered neutral, it will go ahead and score you points. Those points will go down from a total of 100. Somebody takes it back, you get gray points. If not, whoever gets either all 100 first or ends the round with the most points will go ahead and win. I do not like Mahi Mahi personally, not my map. Hello, Raze. I know you in real life, I imagine. Yeah, so getting right into this, we see a blaster bucket combo. That can be pretty powerful playing in twos, given your ability to kind of shut down area. But we see a Splatling gun here, which is just so oppressive in twos if you can play it right. And we see that blaster run right in, manage to find two of them, while this bucket is just on this zone trying to find the paint, but it's taking them a while. We're going to see a jump in from the other yellow team member there as we are finding blue coming back in. They got painted, which is unfortunate for them. They do not painted. They got pinged? I don't know how to say it. Revealed. Which is not the situation you want to be in when facing a blaster. See this bucket trying to maintain paint over the zone. We see a Booyah come out as they are going to try to back up and use their Splatling gun, but again, they just cannot quite get the space that they need to. Blaster is camping out, trying to find Random here, and they are going to find them. Two indirects, one more, and they will die. Yeah, there they go. Looks like Random goes down as this Splatling gun is kind of playing how you want to see a Splatling gun play. Back, making sure to charge their thing up, trying to make sure to take control of the point. You just have so much more paint than almost everything else. Immediately, that counter ult was wonderful from the Splatling gun here, as we might see them actually flip the zone. They do manage to flip the zone, putting 60 putting 60 gray points onto yellow and giving them an opportunity to come back here. With their heavy advantage in range here, it's going to be really hard for the yellow team to actually get out and approach here. Hello, Raze. This is also Raze in Splatoon. Nice. Yeah. Ooh, that blaster managed to get behind blue here and find a nice pick on blue's umbrella player. Haven't really mentioned the umbrella. Umbrella is kind of a weird choice and a really unfortunate pick into this matchup because it does not help almost at all. They're trying to force their way through, but when you're up against a blaster that's camping you on the edge like that, you really just don't have a lot of room to force your way in. It's kind of up to this this Splatling gun here to go ahead and make sure that they have the paint, they have everything that they need. You see another Booyah bomb coming out here. They're really going to want to try to flip the zone with this, because if they cannot find at least a flip or a nice bit of delay, they're going to be in a really bad spot. They do manage to get both of the yellow team members out here, but it doesn't look like blue knows how to jump in, or if they do, they're choosing not to for some reason, which does put them at a little bit of a disadvantage. They're going to come back a lot slower by doing that. This blaster's trying to find their way around again, but they're called out by the Splatling gun. Once again, just immediately taken down. Yellow is, again, just left in this really tough position where you're outranged in every front, and they just have such an advantage. They have two people, and often you cannot find your way on. Kraken coming out here is big news for Yellow, but they don't seem to manage to find anything off of it. This bucket drops down and is going to get taken out once again, leading to a wipeout. 15 points left for Blue. I think that is game for Yellow. They will not have an opportunity to come back on and find another pick here. Oh. I remained on the bracket page the entire time when I could have been on this page. I guess Yellow is that side. Blue is that side, I mean. There we go. Nice. Yeah, as I said, Random RXR and Squiddo did manage to pull that game through. Pretty good gameplay. They got pretty down at the start, and if they didn't find that one little drive-through to win it, they would have definitely been left in a bad position. I'm going to assume for now it's best of threes, just because I imagine that would make the most sense, but we're going to find out in a minute here, I guess. I haven't heard them leave, I haven't heard them join, haven't heard anything really happen yet, so once again, kind of just waiting on some information. I mentioned that Splatling Gun is really powerful in twos, and that is just absolutely true. You have so much more paint, and especially in twos where it is only splat zones, which I believe it is if they're running it the same as they did last time. Splatling Gun is just such a big advantage. It gives you so much more range, so much more ability to cut down these corners, and when there's only two people, you can kind of keep an eye on everyone on their team at the exact same time. It's really hard to get a shark off, especially if you can find some high ground. All of that being said, the other two put up a really good fight. They managed to find a nice wipe and pacing at the start of the game, but again, they kind of just ended up getting oppressed by the Splatling Gun when it got its opportunity to find its spot. It got in the place it wanted to be, and it kind of just stayed there for almost the entire game. It got kicked out once, but quickly found its way right back. Umbrella's really interesting to me because it's definitely a 1v1 weapon. Like, it's really good in 1v1s, but the kinds of weapons that I expect people to pick in twos like this are the wider range or the ones that will take it out really fast. Things like Splatling Guns, things like, not buckets, but blasters, where they don't necessarily care about the Umbrella's strange mechanics nearly as much. We are just waiting on Nova and Xavier to ready up here, and then we will get into our second and maybe final game. I do not imagine it is best of fives through this, outside of maybe the final round. Oh, it's not, it is not Splat Zone's exclusive. They are on tower control for Manta Maria. That's really interesting. I think last time we did it Splat only. I could entirely be wrong and just misremembering that, though. I do not have the best memory. This is kind of like your classic push game mode, where you have a objective in the middle of the map that you need to push out, and based on how far and fast you can push it out, you will score more points. Whoever gets it all the way to the other side or has the most points at the end wins. Blaster is definitely really powerful on this, but once again, Splatling Gun is just extremely powerful as well. We see this Blaster is going to kind of try to poke out this Umbrella here as they are going to try to take this objective. They do manage to find it, and they are trying to push forward to get this. Ooh, that was a nice dodge from the Splatling Gun. Yeah, Yellow Team has broken through that first checkpoint. They're at the second checkpoint, ready to break through it once again. This Blaster is just going to be camping these corners, camping these ledges, and trying to find anything that they can absolutely find here. Given the fact that the way that this map is set up, it's just so heavy on these corners, heavy for these Blasters to kind of just take advantage of. It's going to be really hard for them to find anything outside of the ordinary here, but they've managed to find it. They forced the Blaster back and eventually got it to the point where the Blaster was forced off of the ledge there. We see a Random up here against the Blaster trying to live, trying to not die, but they go down. The Blaster's teammate jumps off a cliff off that jump, unfortunately for the Blaster, and now their jump is getting watched once again, so it's going to be really hard for them to do anything. I don't know that the bubbler was the best pick going into this map. It makes a lot more sense in splat zones where you can kind of just like paint half of the zone from basically nowhere and manage to find everything that you could ever need. But on this map, it's definitely a lot less beneficial. It's a lot harder to use in a way that will get you kills, get you what you need. And we're kind of seeing that come through as this Hydra, not Hydra, I don't know specifically what blaster it is. As this, not blaster, oh my lord, Splatling gun is kind of just holding on the point and not coming off of it. They don't have a reason to. The Bloblobber is not going to do anything against them, and the blaster, as long as they're taken out, doesn't mean anything. So they can kind of just 2v1 the blaster and do exactly what they did, taking both rounds there. That being said, I'm gonna assume that these games are best of 3, not best of 5, until otherwise told. So that should have been our last game for that specific set of teams. Maybe Rum and Coke and Jaden and Paxton have returned, and we will be seeing them in our next set here. Not completely sure, but that is definitely an opportunity, an option here. Yeah, taking a peek at our lobby real quick to try to see if it is best of 5. I mean, I could see it being best of 5. I'm just going to wait and find out. Again, not really much more I can do than that. They have a 90-second delay from me talking on stream versus when they'll get the information I'm trying to say. And I have a 90-second delay from them talking back to me because generally I'm not going to be able to figure that kind of stuff out until they've heard me say it. All of this being said, it looks like somebody just dropped out of the lobby, which means that it is almost definitely best of 3. All of this being said, that means that I believe Random Squids was the winner there, and they will be moving into the quarterfinals, while our other team, Nova and Xavier, will go ahead and move into losers, if I am not mistaken. Our next game will either be Rum and Coke, Jaden Paxton. Oh yeah, I could be showing you this. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy out here. Our next game will probably be Rum and Coke, Jaden and Paxton, assuming that they're here, or one of the quarterfinals games. Not completely sure. We might also just see this team getting disqualified, losers getting a bye put into it, and then Rum and Coke moving forward, assuming that Rum and Coke is here. But there's a lot of teams this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams. That is a nice turnout. I just heard somebody either leave or join. Looks like they left. Given that these two have not left yet, gonna be pretty interesting to see what happens here. Maybe we will be seeing them fight in the next game. Not completely 100% sure. Kind of just waiting to see, waiting to find out, waiting to get that information from our director here. Albie is typing. Albie. Hello, Albie. Again, kind of just waiting on information here. Not completely sure. I can go ahead and take it back to the bracket. Maybe refreshing. There we go. Oh. So yeah. So yeah, Ryan plus Owen is forfeit. So we see that happening. We're going to run the Andrews versus Jake and Alex next. So, yeah, looks like Ryan and Owen are forfeit. Jaden and Paxton are forfeit. So, oh, no, Jaden and Paxton are running late. Sorry. So, they're waiting on them, but they do know that a backline slop has won and will continue keeping on. So we are just now waiting for them to set that up. It's going to be really interesting to see how that works out here. My money, if I was putting money on this, which I'm not because gambling is illegal in Utah. All of you dang Utah gamblers out there hopping on the gamble train. My money would be on I believe the Andrews here. We saw them win the last Pro-Am just due to how oppressive Splatling Gun is, and Andrew is the Splatling Gun player for our Neumont team. And last time there was nothing you could do. It felt so bad to try to play into them because it was just constantly, every time you try to come out of your spawn, you were dead. All of that being said, I hear people joining up now. Looks like we have 2 people joined in, and we will just be waiting for those Andrews to join in now. I'm running low on indescript brown liquid. Gonna have to go get more of that whenever I run out. Seems like I have to go get more of that. I will be right back. I will leave you with the bracket to stare at real quick. Let me just zoom it out a little bit. There we go. And bracket. And I've returned. It sounds like we will be getting into this sometime soon now. It looks like the 2 teams have jumped in and on. We are kind of just waiting for them to ready up and get through. Again, my money is entirely on the Andrews, assuming I was putting money on this, which I'm not. There is a prize pool for this tournament. I'm not sure exactly how big it got, but I do know that all of the teams put in $5 and the prize pool is 75%. Not sure if it's a winner takes all prize pool or a like top 3 prize pool, but interesting to say the least. Sounds like we are getting into this now. Yep, we have Akumu and Willow versus Andrew. Just one Andrew? What? Where's the other Andrew? I don't think we're getting into this now. I think we are getting into this in a minute. A while, if you will. A long, long time. Nah, Andrew's got this. Trust. Look, Andrew's doing it. They keep dying. Oh no. Oh, they're gonna go get him. They're gonna go get Andrew. They're gonna find Andrew. They're gonna get Andrew. Oh, and then Akumu ended the battle. Right before the climax of our battle, Akumu ended it. All right, I guess we have a little bit more waiting to be done here. Lovely weather we've been having lately. I saw someone hydroplane on the highway. What a great time! Real story. Hydroplaning is scary. I also did it today, but I am a good driver, and I know how to stop hydroplaning. If you don't know how to stop hydroplaning, go find out now, because you do not want to experience that if you don't know how to deal with it. See, I find stuff to talk about. Indescript brown liquid being one of them. Let me mute my mic while I open it. I'm just messing with you. I knew my mic was muted. I didn't even be saying words. All right. We are actually getting into this now. Yep, so it looks like both Andrews are getting out here. They're trying to get on. And this one is playing that weird, like, pen splatling gun. I never remember the name of it. I always want to call it splatter shot, and I don't think that that's what it's called. But I could be wrong. I'm pretty confident it's not, though. Ooh, those missiles almost find Andrew. But the other Andrew goes down, trading with one of their team. We see Crab get popped. They're going to try to find zone, maybe find a pick here off of this Crab, hopefully, but looks like they will not have the time. They do manage to paint zone, but they do not find a flip on it as they are trying to just get in and find it here. They want this flip very bad. They do manage to get it in the end. Andrew goes down, and Andrew jumps back as they found the flip that they wanted. They put some gray points on. Now they're just trying to delay, get back on, and hopefully not get in too big of a disadvantage. Missiles coming out once again. Both of them standing still, waiting for those missiles to come through as they paint. Gray points are through and over as Andrew has Crab once again and is ready to pop it whenever needed. Andrew is going ahead and jumping on as Andrew jumps down and pops Crab. The other Andrew goes down as this Crab is trying to find one. They do manage to find one with the Crab, but can they find another? Their Crab goes down as they're trying to paint their feet as the other Andrew comes in from behind. I don't actually think the other Andrew did. I think they dropped a sub-weapon to get that kill there. What a great play from Andrew. Andrew is getting walked up on, but the Andrew from behind goes ahead and finds a kill there. Who's going to win this? Will it be Andrew? Will it be Andrew? Or will it be the other team? They are trying to lower their differential in points now, but they're not quite sure where this other yellow member is as they're looping around, trying to play around this bucket here, trying to stop them from doing stuff. They now know we have the Reef Slider. Will they be able to find anything with it? They Reef Slider onto the point. They do not manage to find the Crab tank, but they do get flipped just in time to stop the blue team, the Andrews, from getting the lead. What a great flip. What a great time to flip there. We see Andrew coming up from behind, sharking out Alex there as they just barely managed to live Akumu's wrath. Jake putting in some work, but the blue team trying to repaint. No, the sub-weapon! Andrew gets called out as this Andrew has a billion missiles. Can they avoid them all? Looks like it. They're going to have to try to paint the point, though. They want to win this game. You see them pop Crab once again. They do not know that Alex is right there behind them. Managed to get just out of their sight. You see Andrew trying to find their way around, trying to climb up this wall, trying to paint the zone, but they do end up going down as Andrew approaches the point. Andrew needs something big here if they're going to want to win this game. Ooh, Andrew runs into that Reef Slider there, unfortunately, for Andrew. Now Andrew is in a 1v1 situation, but they pop Crab and do manage to find the point flip once again. Just holding it, though, is going to be an issue. From our perspective, that should have killed Andrew there, but it did not. Andrew goes down in the back lines to Alex there as Andrew is trying to just hold zone, but they cannot manage to find the hold that they need. Andrew trades with Alex as Andrew jumps in and is going to make... Sorry, Andrew trades with Jake as Alex finds Andrew. Alex has Reef Slider and is ready to use it on Andrew here. Anytime. Jake goes down to Andrew as the other Andrew is approaching. Alex tries to Reef Slider Andrew, but Andrew dodges. Andrew runs in on Alex, gets them low as the other Andrew paints the zone. Andrew fighting Alex. Jake coming in to protect Alex from Andrew here. Andrew almost going down. Andrew hopping up, finding Alex as Andrew repaints the zone. 8 points left on the board. Andrew really needs to hold this point. Andrew gets a wipe as long as they can find a good hold here, they will be left in a good position. We see that Inkjet coming out in a weird time, they just got the kills on yellow. I guess they more so wanted the information from it than anything else. They now know where Alex is. They now know where Jake is. As long as Andrew can hold and find the kills that they need, they will get everything that they could possibly want. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. They have taken the lead. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is a win for Andrew. What a great comeback from Andrew there, especially with the help of Andrew. What a wonderful time. I wonder if y'all will ever get tired of me making this Andrew joke. I think it'll happen at some point before this stream is over. Anyway, all of that being said, our first round went to Andrew. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah. Moving into our next round, it's going to be really interesting to see how the teams play. Again, Jake and Alex were doing really well, but when Andrew managed to find that rhythm, find those couple of picks, that's all it really took, because they had to constantly be in battles and fights with the Andrews, Jake and Alex did, in order to try to continue winning and maintaining their lead. But the Andrews just kind of held them back, just didn't let them come out of spawn, and that was that. Wasn't really much they could have done beyond that point. That is really the advantage of the Splatling gun, as I have come to know it, is you just have such a range advantage, and it's insane how much you can get done with that advantage. I do like how empty bottles look on green screen. It's very nice. It's invisible, see? Gonna be interesting to see if we see any trade-offs here, maybe difference of weapons here. I do know that Alex has blasters in their back pocket from when I remember playing with them. I know that Jake plays a myriad of weapons as well. Maybe if they try to play some secondaries here, if they play a blaster to try to play around these Andrews, then they might be able to find a little bit more. Yeah, such a close match for real, without a doubt. All of that being said, I'm kind of just waiting for this next match to start up. I imagine that they're trying to pick map and mode. It looks like it will be tower control on Undertow Spillway, and we are readying up for that now. Tower control is really interesting. Maybe it's set to be only tower and zones? No clue. I could be wrong. Maybe Albie started to speak to me. Nope. Anyway, the players downstairs know what it is. It seems like it's tower control now. And we will be getting into this right now. Yeah, tower control, Undertow. Undertow is kind of a small map. I think it has a little bit more advantage towards the buckets here. But again, twos is just such a heavy advantage for the Splatling gun itself that I don't think the fact that buckets have a little bit more of an advantage on a small map means that much. We do see the Splatling gun being played from both sides now, Okumu and the other side. I'm not sure if that was the case before, too. It might have been. I forgot to look at what Jake was playing, now that I'm thinking about it. Regardless, we see Yellow Team getting forced off here. Alex and Jake just being forced back as Aeolus takes their spot on the objective. They dodge that secondary pretty well there, as Willow is trying to fight this bucket, but the other Andrew just managed to find their way through, managed to find their way in, and managed to take them out. They take out both Jake and Alex here, as they will try to push through the checkpoint this time, and I believe they have more than enough time to do it. Alex is trying to find their way on, trying to find their way in, but will they be able to get anything off here? That's the real question. They know that the Andrew has to be somewhere around there, and the Andrew is also on the point. Andrew runs in on Alex and manages to find a kill there. Jake is over here trying to take out Aeolus, but with a secondary drop there, they've broken through the second checkpoint and taken a strong, strong advantage off the rip here. We see Alex trying to find something on Aeolus here, Andrew, as Willow is just trying to force them off. They do manage to force them off just before they broke the checkpoint. And honestly, I would debate whether or not staying on to get that checkpoint would have been worth it there. Trying to find a kill with the crab, trying to find anything, but does not manage to find anything. Gets trapped down there in that corner and eventually goes down. They know that they have a strong enough advantage that this won't matter too much. Unless, of course, the yellow team can manage to pull it entirely back. We see immediately Akumu going down there to the heavy edit. Aeolus hops on the point, managing to flip it for just a second, trying to call Alex out from behind that corner there. We see the Reef come out, but positioning was just barely off to get a kill. Instead, it hits for 60, and Aeolus is right here trying to get kills. Managed to get an insane secondary kill once again. That's just the exact kind of play I'd want to see from Neumont's Splatling gun. That was an insane kill and dodge from Aeolus there. See them popping crab. I'm kind of surprised they didn't pop it on point, but they get forward and kill Alex once again. They're trying to just spray and pray Akumu back there, but they do not manage to find it. That secondary might have found a kill on Andrew, but did not manage to quite catch him out there. We see the Inkjet coming out, but immediately goes down to Alex as Andrew backs up. Andrew trying to just watch out, trying to keep Jake and Alex at bay. Is being forced all the way back once again, but still they're at such a big advantage here. We see these missiles coming off. They do manage to kill Andrew, but they do not kill Andrew here, as Andrew is trying to just live, trying to find something, but Akuma manages to kill Andrew. Unless Andrew can come in and find a kill, this might be the opportunity for them to at least break through this next checkpoint here. And it looks like Andrew will not have a good opportunity to break through here. Andrew trying to come from behind. Andrew manages to find a kill with the distraction. That nice pincer attack from the two of them as Andrew managed to get a double kill there. We're going to see the Andrews go ahead and try to push this point all the way back once again as Alex and Jake are just trying to hold some ground, trying to not let them get it all the way back. We see Inkjet coming out once again. Will it go down instantly this time? It looks like they've forced both Alex and Jake all the way back there. They know that both of them are behind now. Will they be able to use that to their advantage? Do they have the callouts necessary? Looks like Kumu has forced Andrew off, but Andrew goes down to Alex over there as Andrew is trying to find their way in, but they get called out by the Reef Slider. What a great time to use their special there, as they have an opportunity here to push this all the way forward into their base, as long as they do not get stopped by Andrew. Andrew forces their way all the way through, almost gets a kill on Alex, finds a trade on Alex as the other Andrew has found their way all the way behind Jake. And sitting behind, they're going to try to find a kill here. And they do. What a great reversal there from the Andrews. I think that will lead to yet another game for the Andrews. Also meaning set. No, they get killed. Maybe overtime. Nope, the other Jake was just too far away. Unfortunate. But that is how the cookie crumbles sometimes, as it may be. Again, I do think that they are the highest seed in my mind here. They are the most likely to win here, unless Albie has cooked up some interesting tactics to try to play around them. Yeah, all of that being said, let's go take a peek at the bracket. I don't know if it's been updated yet, but it will be anytime now, so we will find out in a minute. Refresh. 15%. Yep, the Andrews have won. They are moving on. Assuming that Jade and Paxton are still not here, I imagine we would be moving on to Random Squid and Brush Maxing. Yeah, given Ryan and Owen are not here, I'm going to take it that round will be a bye. I hear people leaving. Yep. As we are just kind of waiting. Oh, Squiddo's back. Yeah, I think that means that we will be moving on to Random Squids and Brush Maxing here into this next piece of the bracket. What a good time. What a good time. Again, kind of just waiting for these people to get in, get on, get out, get through. We've seen some wonderful play from both sides so far. Jake and Alex got really, really close to winning that zones game. That 8-point difference there was just such a tight lead that eventually got flipped, taken back, and fully pushed through. And in that second game, I think Jake might have swapped off onto a Splatling gun to see if they could make it work, but they just got kind of outgunned, outmanned there. As I don't necessarily think that they picked the best Splatling gun for what they needed there. Sticking with those missiles was kind of a misplay in my mind, potentially speaking, because there are just better ultimates to have there. If they had Kraken at any point during that, I'm pretty sure there's a Splatling that comes with Kraken. If they had Kraken at any point during that, they could have just sat on that point for free for a while. And they got it to the point where if they had just 2-3 seconds to sit on the point, they would have won the game. All of this being said, they're still going to be in the loser's side of the bracket here, which means we could absolutely end up seeing a rematch in the end, assuming that they push their way through, forward, onward, and into the end game. All of that being said, again, kind of just waiting. Oh, nope, they left. Not quite sure what's going on. Maybe I'll check Discord and find out. Nope, no one said anything on the Discord, so I'm going to assume that we're just waiting here, just sitting back, relaxing, chilling, waiting for the next games to happen. I'm kind of surprised this stream has already been going on for like 40 minutes here, and we're only 2 matches through. It has been a long time for everything being considered. Not really sure what to talk about anymore. Because I already talked about hydroplaning. That was the only topic I had on my mind. Maybe, just maybe, it will have stopped raining by the time that this game is over. By the time this tournament has played its way through and Andrew has won. I'm just joking. Let's appreciate some of these names, like Backline Slop. What are the odds that this is 2 Splatling guns? Backline Slop? If Backline Slop is not 2 Splatling guns or a Splatling gun and an E-liter, I'm going to be upset. Not an E-liter, but like, I don't know what the weapon type is called. The long-range snipers. I'm just going to call them snipers because that's what they are. They're snipers. Things like E-liter, pencil, etc. I know that there's a name for that group of weaponry, but I'm not 100% sure what it is. Silas. Hey, maybe we're going to see Rum and Coke versus Jaden and Paxton then. I'm going to refresh the bracket and see if I can find out. Nothing changed. Wonderful. We have another person. Nope, looks like it will go ahead and be probably the Random Squids versus Brush Maxing. I want to look at the seeds here. What are the seeds? AoE is seed 1, apparently. I wonder if that's 2 blasters. That would be kind of funny. Get me like a ranged blaster and then a custom. We have them as seed 1. Who's seed 2? Brush Maxing is seed 2. Seed 3 is Jake and Alex, apparently. Seed 4 is Backline Slop. Seed 5 is Ryan and Owen. Seed 6 is the Andrews. Again, just trying to find something to talk about now. Let's just go look up. Splatoon. Splatoon. Ah, yes. Oh, somebody changed the music. I could go change the music. Nothing's stopping me. Nothing's stopping me. Oh, we're getting into this. Something is stopping me. Oh no. Yeah, it is Brush Maxing versus Random Squids. It looks like it would be Splat Zones on a random map? Question mark? Maps. Again, just kind of waiting for this to go through, waiting for this to get into it. Anytime now, anytime. bam, 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 bam. Host is deciding teams. Teams have been decided. A lot of good songs. Oh, we're getting into it. Oh, no. All right. Yeah, getting right into this. Did I lose that score? I did. Let's go ahead and hop over to the score mode. Looks like Albie and Silas, which brush maxing, and then they have a dualies into brush is kind of funny. I do think that is a real opportunity to take out the Splatling guns here. Dualies has the ability to kind of just force their way in. Same with Brush. Of all of the teams, I think that they have the highest opportunity. But will they be able to manage to pull it off and through is a bigger question. Random managed to find a kill on... no, sorry. The Dualies managed to find a kill on the Splatling gun there as Random just gets called out as well. Albie showing why they're the captain here. We see those killer whales just absolutely obliterating Squiddo here. Squiddo trying to find their way forward, trying to find their way through. Yep. Once again, they're just gonna get back camp at this point. This is exactly what you want to do against the Splatling gun if you can manage it. Get specials that get you kills, and then just back camp. Sit in their spawn, kill them over and over again, and don't ever let them have any advantage. But then, if you go down like that, they have an advantage. These Dualies is just kind of trying to bide their time, trying to wait. They do manage to find one. Can they find the other? They're rolling, and they didn't even need to find them. The time was up, and the game was won. That is 1 for brush maxing. That is not a team of 2 brushes. I don't think you're really brush maxing if you don't have 2 brushes. I'd call it more speed maxing, sonic maxing, if you will. You're too slow. Like that. Like you're too slow. And that's exactly what we saw that round. They were too slow. The team was just taking a little bit too long to get to where they needed to get to. They could not find the picks on Albie or the Dualies there, and that just kind of led to them winning. And in the end, that just... it was too oppressive. You can't really deal with it. If you're dead off spawn over and over again, the game's going to be over in a couple minutes, maybe less. That's what we saw there. That was like a 40-second game. Give me more of those. Give me like 3 rounds of those. That way we can get this through a little bit faster. 'Cause it's been 50 minutes. That's how long a normal stream lasts. I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. Anyway, all of that being said, we are going to go ahead and wait to see what this next game and mode is. I'm going to assume it's tower control something, but we're going to find out whenever we find out. Splatoon has good music sometimes. Give me Splatoon metal. Give me. I'm sure that already exists. Taking a peek at the bracket, maybe. Do they update scores live? That's what I'm wondering. They don't. Nice. No reason to show the bracket. Then you just get to look at me. As I just sit here and look at the game and wait for it to do its things. Here. You can look at me playing the game now. Wow. Oh my goodness. Look at how cool and special I am. Boom. Whoop. Boom. Whoop. Boom. Whoop. I don't play with Joy-Cons. And I also haven't played Splatoon in like a few months. You gotta do the bomb combos. That's what I'm doing there. Like that. I keep on trying to move the wrong Joy-Con. It's my right Joy-Con that controls my aim. Yeah. There we go. Y-flicks. I love Y-flicks. I've gotten so bad at Y-flicks. Oh my lord. Maybe Albie said something to me, and that's why they haven't started yet. Nope. Oh my goodness, we're gonna get into the game. Oh, okay, so it looks like it's gonna be tower control on Mako Mart. Mako Mart is definitely more brushed and bucket favored than most other maps in this. So the fact that we're going to this when we see a Splatling gun on the other team is definitely weird. I wonder if it's not counterpicks and that they're predetermining the maps. And if so, Albie's giving themselves an advantage. How dare they? Yeah, we see the exact same setup here. We see the, is this a hero blaster? I cannot remember. It's not a blaster. No, it's not. I don't know what this gun means. And we see, again, dualies and that brush there. Squiddo almost going down there to those, whatever they're called, dualies trying to sit here. They get the triple splash down on random as they are left in a heavy disadvantage here. Immediately jumping off of the point and right back on it. Just insane gameplay here. They take down them once again as Albie is just in their backlines, just forcing them down and out over and over and over again. We cannot stop seeing it happen. Albie's going to be jumping right back onto this point here anytime now. We see the dualies go down, but Albie lives. They're trying to force Albie out, but doesn't look like they're managing to do it. There's that secondary almost finds them, but again, just cannot quite kill. Sea Killer Whales coming out once again as Albie is trying to loop around, trying to find a kill on the Splatling gun. They do manage to find the Splatling gun as their dualies finds the other person, leaving them in another wonderful situation here. They have triple splat up and ready once again to use whenever they might need. They take down the opposing... I'm not sure what it is. Opposing weapon. As they take down random. And then Squiddo goes down. And then random, guess what? 2 seconds. 1, 2, goes down. And the game is over. Yeah, GG's. That was a wonderful round from Albie and Albie's teammate. Brush maxing did great there, even though they're not really brush maxing. Am I right, guys? I'm right. I know I am. All right. Yeah. We are going to be waiting for our next game then, as it currently stands. That leaves us still with Rum and Coke, Jaden, and Paxton. We have not seen any of the losers bracket P played yet, as we are waiting for 2 rounds to send people to losers before we could start to see those losers brackets be played. And both of the rounds rely on Jaden and Paxton. Wonder if they've come back yet. Mayhaps. Backline Slop still doing well, doing hot all the way up in the semis. That just pushed Brushmaxing versus the Andrews for the semis as well. We're going to want to see AoE versus someone at some point in time. I'm kind of interested to see what AoE is. AoE, also known as Area of Effect. Again, kind of just waiting for these teams to get out, teams to get in, do what they need to do. Going to be really interesting to see. So, lovely weather we've been having lately. I don't know what I'm doing. I never know what I'm doing, in all fairness. Ooh, I just heard someone join. Who are you? Looks like we have no one. Oh, Andrew. And Andrew joined. I'll be in. This person are still in. Does that mean we're gonna go on to the Andrews versus Brushmax? We're gonna play a semifinals before any of these. Fair enough. Mayhaps. You never know. Yeah. Again, kind of just waiting to see, waiting to find out, waiting to figure what is going on, what will be happening here. Don't have a lot to talk to you about other than that Albie and Silas here are seemingly playing against the dominating strategy as well as they can. They are playing for the Splatling gun strat that seems to be dominating most of the other teams here. And in the history of brackets, that tends to leave you at least close to first place, if not in first place. Any of my Pokemon fans out there might know of a little content creator, not that big. You might not have heard of him, known as Wolfie Glick. Wolfie is considered one of the best Pokemon players in the world, and he's considered that because he cooks up strategies that kill the best strategies in the world with the craziest Pokemon you've ever heard of. And maybe that is what Albie and Silas are trying to do here as we are moving into this game. It will be Splat Zones on Robo Ramen. All of that being said, we are just waiting on Andrew to ready up to find that out. Again, not really much more to talk about beyond just waiting for this game to start. So, gas prices, am I right? Lovely weather we've been having lately. All right, getting into this, we will see the Andrews versus Albie. I'm very excited to see this match because, again, I do feel like Albie has cooked here. They have worked up a way to maybe deal with this Splatling infestation. As long as they can find their way in through and to the Splatling gun, they will have a real opportunity at getting rid of it. But it doesn't look like they could find it there due to the bucket. That is part of the issue with trying this kind of strategy is it leaves you at a heavy disadvantage against things like a bucket, where your goal is to get in fast and like close a lot of distance, but that bucket can kind of just cut off your pathways. They can immediately paint your runway and just stop you from doing much. We see Aeolus drop down there, managing to just barely live, but Albie and Silas here do have the ability to just keep on playing, keep on pushing through. and trying to win. That secondary does not quite find Albie here, as it has been finding people in the past. The other Andrew is trying to back up, and that is leaving them in a bad position. They almost died to the secondary there. Dropped by Albie. Killer Whales coming out purely on the other Andrew there. Potentially wasted Killer Whales, honestly speaking. You kind of want to save that for the Splatling gun in my mind, but it doesn't seem to matter, as these two have found their way all the way into the spawn and are doing exactly what they want to be doing. They are going to be winning this game in just a couple seconds here, unless the Andrews can find something big. They do manage to force their way on. Can they paint in time? Do they have the paint? They do have the paint, as they flip the zone just in time to save the game. Trying to call out Albie, trying to stop them. Those Killer Whales do manage to take them out, as Albie finds both of them there, repainting the zone, bringing it back from this 70-point deficit that they're going to have to in order to score those final couple of points. Andrew drops down, trying to find something. This corner here, trying to live, trying to not die, trying to just find a kill on Albie, and they do manage to find it in the end. Aeolus finds the other kill, as they're going to try to force their way onto this point now. This might be their opportunity to take advantage of the game that they've been wanting to take advantage of. I didn't mention it at the start, but I think that this is one of the worst maps to be trying to play Splatling gun on once again. There's just so many different ways to approach the point. There's so many different ways to stop the Splatling gun from doing what it wants to do, which leaves Albie at yet again an advantage in this mode. Julius finds its way up and manages to kill the Splatling gun. Albie comes in and immediately paints the zone, leaving the Andrews at a disadvantage once again. We see Killer Whales coming out on Aeolus here, as they're trying their best to run, trying to not die. They do manage to jump out just in time. They have the paint to get their crab up, and they have it now. They're going to try to find their way onto this platform in order to pop a decent crab. Those triple splats come down, but the drop manages to save them for just a couple of seconds, but they do go down in the end. We see crab pops as Albie is trying to force their way on, but they do not manage to live. The crab lives both of those sub-weapons, as they are going to try to force their way all the way through onto the point. It was Silas, not Albie, that went down. Sorry for misspeaking, but they're out of time, and the game goes to Albie. Yeah, I feel like there are a lot of maps where this game would have been a lot closer on, but Robo Ramen is just so heavily favored towards that push up, push fast, push through kind of mentality that Albie and Silas have here, leaving them in a very, very good spot and the ability to just absolutely decimate and win that game there. Kind of crazy, crazy work. Going to be interesting to see what our next map and mode are here. Hopefully, we can see a nice game 3 potentially from this set here, as I think that they are our two highest favored members of this setup fighting against each other. I feel like whoever ends up going into losers out of this match is probably going to climb their way all the way back up and out, potentially, which would leave them in a nice situation to try and win the entire set, maybe from a bracket reset. We see Splatzone's Mahi Mahi. I do think that the players are, in fact, picking the maps and modes then, given that Splatzone's Mahi Mahi is definitely a better map and mode for the Splatling gun here. All right, getting into this, we see Albie hopping onto a different brush here. Dooley's still playing Dooley's. We see that heavy edit and the bucket just ready to play this game out, trying to find anything that they can. Immediately, Silas is trying to force their way behind, and they do manage to find Andrew, as the other Andrew is trying to keep the zone painted, trying to keep Silas off of them. They toss down that little bit of a fog, but not enough, as both of them go down. Whereas Albie's camping right behind this thing here. trying to find this jump. Can they get it? Doesn't look like they can as they feel a need to back up. Andrew popped that nice grab here, trying to find Albie. Trying to paint Albie out, but Albie has such a quick reload, respawn, and they managed to get yet another wipeout on the Andrews here. I think the Andrews are just going to be left out now. It's kind of really difficult to come back from a brush camping like this as they pop Zipcaster and just hop on top of Andrew, taking him out. Unless this bucket has some big plays that they're ready to be making. Yeah, I think that might just straight up be game already, immediately off the bat. Not even like 30 seconds have really passed as it is over. Good game, good set. That second one was definitely a lot less close than that first one there. Again, I do feel like Albie and Silas there have chosen a setup that is kind of designed for dealing with the heavy splatling gun infestation that we've been seeing here. With all of these games played out, though, we're left with Rum and Coke and Jane and Paxton. Our first round still has yet to be played, and at this point, I think that they might just disqualify them. Like, it's been the entire bracket. It's been an hour since this thing started. Unless they've showed up right now, it's kind of time to call it off. Say that you're a little bit too late. That's just my personal belief, though. Gonna be really interesting to see what we do choose to do here. Yeah, all of that being said, again, we don't really have a way to play this out until either that happens or we choose to disqualify them, moving Rum and Coke on. Assuming that ends up happening, Rum and Coke will be fighting AoE, also known as Area of Effect, and I believe Random Squids will get a bye into the Jake and Alex round. And then the loser of this game will go ahead and go to the secondary losers for a nice match. Not really much more to say about any of that. I will kind of just wait here and see what goes on, what goes down, what goes through, what goes in, what goes out, as I don't have anything more to really say about any of this. Other than lovely weather we've been having lately. Where is my Inkstorm? Inkstorm, not necessarily. Where's Soda? Show me some Soda into this. Yeah, kind of again, just waiting for these people to get out, get the new people in. Maybe disqualify that team. Maybe, just maybe, they've taken an hour, and maybe, just maybe, it's time to disqualify them. Maybe. I'm just joking, not really. You see, I took it a further level. I took it beyond plus ultra. I don't think you get it. Did we get a join? We might have gotten a join in. Nope. Another leave. Unfortunate. I will just leave this bracket up and keep on trying to yap my way through all of this, but it's getting harder and harder as the time moves on. Yeah. Again, I really just do not have anything else to really talk to you guys about. Oh, I heard someone join. Who is it? Paxton! What? Paxton? Oh, man. Oh. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. Because maybe I may... Because baby, I may be, but I didn't lose it. No, I set it free. And that's how you get banned on Twitch. You see, I just sung a song a cappella, and that means that I'm going to get copyrighted now. Not banned, but copyrighted. Different things. Oh my goodness, we see Paxton and Arxum. Oh, we might actually be playing it out. Flack? Don't catch no flack. Yeah. Seems like we might actually straight up have the players now. So that's good. As always. Waiting on one more person here. Just one more. And then we'll be getting into it. Okay, we just saw a person leave. Waiting on 2 more people now. 2 more people. Just 2 more. And then we'll be getting into it. Pokey High joining here. So maybe soon we might get into this. Okay, looks like we are getting into this now. That is some good news. Good news, everyone! All right, let's hop back over to the game display. Let me reset the scores while I'm at it. Should have done that sooner. And we will be getting into this. We see Robo Ramen once again. Maybe they are just running random map, not random mode, but random map set mode. Oh, we see a roller, but not the kind of roller I like. So should have played Carbon Deco. Now you have me rooting against you, Paxton. Should have been playing Carbon Deco. Come on, stamp. Okay, man. We see this Brella trying to find their way on, trying to reach slide this crab here, but they do not manage to find what they need. That mine paints them both as the Stamper is trying to find their way back on, trying to get the paint that they need. Pokey High playing it out here, manages to find a splat on Flack somehow there. I think maybe a secondary found him, as they are going to go ahead and try to paint the zone here, and now Arxon hops on. We see that Kraken managed to find a kill, and they're going to probably find Pokey High off of it too. Yeah, what a great Kraken from Yellow Team here. I wish you were playing Carbon. Then I could be rooting for you, Paxton. I'm kidding. I'll root for the roller anyway. Come on, Paxton, you can do this. Woo, yeah, Paxton, let's go. They managed to kill Pokehigh there. We see that Reef used in the middle of nowhere for some reason. Not really sure about that one, as Yellow gets yet another wipeout, and it looks like that will be that first round in Yellow's favor. Boom. Yeah, what a good time. We love rollers. Rollers are so cool. They managed to entirely shut down the Splatling Gunman, as they just took entire advantage of their lead the entire time. I think people heard me say, or heard other people say, that Splatling Gun is one of the best things in 2s, and thought, I mean, I haven't played Splatling Gun, but if it's the best thing, I'll pick it up. Just like people do with, like, Joker in Smash, or any of these other things, where like, technically it's the best, but it's the best for a reason, and unless you can take advantage of that reason, it's going to leave you at a disadvantage to play something you don't know. Could be wrong, though. Could absolutely be wrong. Without a doubt. In my mind. Yeah, we are going to be waiting to get into this next game here now. Yep, and we are getting right into it. All right. Looks like we are on Ink Block for our second round, and we will be playing some Tower Ink Block. I feel like this is an advantage for... both teams have a blaster, so I feel like the advantage goes towards the roller here, because they have that nice coverage on the objective. Our blaster, their blaster goes against Yellow's blaster, but Yellow hops onto the point. They toss down the bubble, and they are just going to sit here camping it out with that bubble. They're probably going to get through this first checkpoint here. Ooh, Reef Slider onto the point, manages to stop them from getting it. They try to jump down and stop that umbrella, but the umbrella just holds it up, and there they all go. Blue is going to be pushing it right back towards Yellow's side. Unless Yellow can get down fast and stop them, it's going to be an interesting game. We see those fake jumps coming out. Again, kind of a weird special to choose here to bring into this. I don't necessarily agree with it. It's more of a paint special than anything else. We see our roller get called out by that umbrella, but they do manage to manage to stop it from going down, as our roller finds a pick over that wall, and we are going to break down this first checkpoint here. We have a jump onto point. They know it's happening. We see the bubble get popped to make sure that they're safe. This blaster comes in onto the bubble, but we do see a jump down and a wipeout once again from the Yellow team. They're going to break through the second checkpoint here. We see some squidding there. What a great time. What's some BM? That's what every tournament needs, some BM. We see this blaster trying to defend this point here, but they are going to be forced to drop down, as that Flash Blaster does manage to take them out. Curler coming out there. Curler coming out once again, trying to make him think. They're approaching that first checkpoint. This blaster trying to keep him off. We see those fake jumps ready to come out once again. Again, not really that useful of an ultimate unless you're trying to paint them. You're not generally going to get kills off of it. We do have Reef up and ready. Can they reef this bubble here? They do. Do they find anything off of it? They find one. The Roller hops on, but they find the roller as well, as they are going to be pushing it towards this second checkpoint now. Will they be able to find the break on it? That is the real question. We see this blaster coming back, trying to poke them out. They do have the longer range blaster, so they do manage to find it as they are trying to find this umbrella as well. They do break down the umbrella, and now they're trying to get them with indirects. They get over the umbrella, and they do manage to find them with those indirects now, as they are pushing the objective once again back towards the other side. They get the blaster low and take him out. Once again, this inkjet, not a very common ultimate, but we've seen it a lot played in 2s now. This roller is just trying to play around these blasters here. They get that blaster really low, and they do manage to take him out in the end. They dodge that reef slider, but they're going to go down to this paint. Oh my goodness, living on a pixel of HP. They hop back on the point and are starting to push it forward once again. They take down the umbrella. They get pinged by all of that paint. Will this blaster be able to do anything with it? We see the inkjet pop once again. They hop into their team's bubble. Why? What a great place to jump down into. Yellow pushes it yet further as Blue is trying their best to stop them. But Yellow is just taking all of the advantage that they can find. They hop down off of the point here, tossing down their own sliding curler bomb. But again, it's going to be tough work fighting against this umbrella here. They pop down the bubble. Will they be able to find it? They do find the kill on the umbrella as they break through that final checkpoint. And I think that will be game right here, right now. So we see a little bit more BM right at the end of that game there. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, what a great set once again there, seen throughout these matches. Let's go ahead and hop back over to the bracket and see what teams those were. I'm pretty sure it was Rum and Coke versus Jaden and Paxton. Not sure who was what. Looks like Jaden and Paxton were the winners of that with that roller and that nice blaster there. Our next game should probably be Jaden and Paxton versus AoE. We could also maybe see Random Squids versus Rum and Coke if we really wanted to. Ideally, we would have both rounds of losers at the same time in my mind, but again, it's really up to how you want to run the tournament. I think technically speaking, you're supposed to have this round of losers and then this round of losers, but again, I'm not confident on that. We will find out. Looks like Paxton and Hoagie I are still in here. We see Flack in here as well. Not really too confident of what is going on here. I will just leave it. Keep on going through. Excuse me. I'm getting a little bit tired out here. This has been going on for a real long time. We are at an hour 30-minute stream so far. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Yeah, looks like we have 4 people in here. Paxton, Pokehigh, Flack, and Pixel. Again, not confident on which teams that would mean we are fighting. Why do I still have this? Let me just make that invisible. We're not actually playing that. In fact, I also need to rename it anyway, so let me also rename it while I'm at that. It should be best of 5, first to 3 normally. Haven't even noticed that that is the case until now. Ooh, we see someone leave there, kind of just waiting on something to go down, something to happen. maybe get into this sometime. We see Raze in the arena now. We saw Raze in the chat earlier, and also Raze in the chat earlier. So going to be really interesting to see how this goes out and through. Teams are set up and readied up. We are going to be getting into this anytime now. Let's go ahead and check out the map in mode. Looks like we have Splat Zone's Mako Mart once again. I like Mako Mart. Mako Mart's one of my favorite maps, personally speaking. Oh, have we had Splat Zone's Mako Mart? I think we had Tower Mako Mart before. Not Splat Zone's. Yep, we have Flack and Paxton once again, and we have Raze and Pixel. We see that explosive barrel and the arrow spray. That could work out really well for them moving forward into this arena as they keep on going. AoE, I think this might be the AoE team. Not 100 on that, though. Pretty confident. Not 100. Yeah, we see this roller having to jump out there. They almost have Kraken up and ready. If they can get that up, they will get basically a free flip on the zone. They're trying to sneak up on Raze here with the Kraken, or Pixel, or just find anyone, really. They do manage to find Pixel with the Kraken. They come back onto the point. They're trying to paint, but they do not manage to find the paint that they need as they drop down just in time to live that triple splash. Their teammate hopefully coming up to try to save them here. That Explosure is definitely putting in the work. We see this crab popped as the Kraken gets popped once again, trying to find Raze here. Raze manages to jump out just in time as Yellow is still looking for paint. They're not quite at the 75 they need. There they go. That one little pixel of paint managed to push them over in time. Looks like Yellow has been holding out and through pretty well here as they are continuing to just try to keep them back and push out, but it looks like they will get a flip with that big triple splashdown, leaving them in a wonderful situation for the rest of this game here, because Yellow has so many great points to get through now. Just an insane ult, immediately flipping the game into their favor. Again, that's part of why I think that this Explosure is a really decent pick. You have the range, you have the area of effect, you have all of the things that we've been wanting to see, but it's just a matter of whether or not you can actually make it work into this game. We have Crab up and ready as well as our Kraken. We see the paint flip once again towards Yellow's side. As long as they can hold out for another 40 points, they might have a chance at getting into the lead. Definitely going to be some tough work, though, especially with how much paint blue team is trying to put out here. You see the Kraken pop. They're trying to get a kill on Pixel. They manage to find Pixel. They're going in on Raze. That triple splash comes down to try to save them. Can they save themselves? They do manage to delay it just in time, but the Kraken ends, and they manage to kill them with a pixel of health remaining. Unfortunately for the Explosure there, putting them in the lead. We see that beacon put down once again. We see that Booyah coming out, trying to find a flip as they do manage to find it. This going down, unfortunately, the roller. Looks like blue team has an opportunity to get the lead once again. They have so many less gray points than yellow. As long as they can gain a lead here, they will be left in a very nice position moving forward. It would be extremely difficult for yellow team to pull it back. Doesn't look like they're going to quite just find the lead for free, though. We might see them pop this, Booyah onto the point, potentially. No? Trying to call out the Kraken here, but they do not manage to get the kill. They do stop them from flipping, but ooh, the Explosure finds a nice snipe on that roller there, and they take the lead. This bucket is going to have to find them an advantage or just outright lose the game, and 3 points left. It looks like they've lost the game, as blue team finds a nice win there. What a wonderful and close game, might I mention, from both teams there. We saw a lot of opportunity for either side to really pull through, and find what they needed, but neither team could quite find it. Yeah, what a wonderful first game, honestly speaking, from both sides there. We have seen a lot of different matchups this time as compared to last time. Now that people know that Splatling guns are kind of dangerous, we're not seeing nearly as much of them as everyone's trying to play something that can counter them. And it's definitely leading to some interesting matchups there. We saw a roller versus an Explosure there, and just such a crazy setup, and it led to such an interesting game right out the gate. Everyone's readied up, and we are getting into this next game. We are going to figure out the map and mode here in just 2 seconds, and that is going to be really important for this. It is going to be Museum Tower Control. That is heavily favored towards at least one of the sides. Yeah, I do think that this is more of an advantage towards the Aerospray and the Explosure than the Rapid and the Roller here, because that Explosure just has such a range and ability to hit around those corners like we see it doing that can just force you out at all times, and the Aerospray just has so much more paint and ability to just kind of lay things down that it's going to be hard to force them out of areas. All of that being said, it does look like the first little bit of capture goes towards the yellow team here as we see them pop that Inkjet, getting a kill off of it. I'm not sure that we've seen Inkjet get an actual kill until now in this game. Yeah, we see yellow break through that first checkpoint. They're pushing their way towards the second here as they are just trying to find anything that they can. Looks like they're... Blaster goes down, but they have this roller on the point with Bubble. They know that the jump's coming on to continue that capture as they're going to maybe break through the second checkpoint, but their teammate jumps off and then goes down, and they get wiped before they can find that checkpoint, unfortunately. Yeah, that's going to leave Blue in a situation where they might be able to push forward and find what they need to find here. They've gotten it back towards the center. They're popping a Booyah on top of it, I would imagine. They throw it out to the side for some reason, unfortunately. Yeah, they managed to find yet another wipe on yellow, which is really good for them. We do have this roller coming right back. Roller can be pretty good into tower control, but they need to find their way in, and that's just so impossibly hard against the Explosure here, as they can just paint everything, everywhere that you're going to want to go, and keep you out of the zone, leaving you out of your range that you need to be in order to find those kills. You see Triple Splat coming down. Yet another reason why this Explosure is so powerful. It has that triple splash zone. And just... instantly wiping them out. Blue has gained a severe advantage in this game, leading to the last checkpoint in this game. Yellow does manage to kick Blue off, but without a big push, a big play, it's going to be really hard for them to find it. They might be able to get it, though, because their roller does have Bubble. Looks like they're kicked off of the checkpoint here once again as they're trying to find the kill on the checkpoint keeper, but they do not manage to find it in time as this checkpoint has been forced forward yet again, but they hop off. That is some strange gameplay. The others just fighting out in the middle of nowhere? Looks like it. The others were just fighting out in the middle of nowhere. Looks like Blue's trying to find their way in and kill Yellow. Yellow pops Inkjet, but they're focused on the wrong person. Looks like they relied on their teammate to find the other one, and they did manage to find a triple splash, killing this Inkjet, though. Trading as both sides completely trade. What a wonderful match as everyone went down there. It's basically reset. Everyone's respawning relatively at the same time, and trying to get the paint that they need down. It's going to run back towards the center as Yellow is going to get in and try to find a kill here. This Exploser is going to just use their heavy range advantage and just take out the other side's blaster, unfortunately, leaving them at an insane advantage. Again, Exploser is definitely a very powerful weapon into twos here because you have all of this advantage. That triple splashdown, just getting a free kill. Yeah, unfortunate. Looks like Blue is forcing it back towards Yellow's side, as they're just going to continue to try to find whatever they can find here. Yeah, they continue pushing forward as they just eventually are trading with Yellow here once again. We see them get the wipeout on Yellow. That might be the advantage that they need. The jump in is coming through as they're making their way to the checkpoint. Can this roller stop them? That's the real question. 30 seconds left on the clock. They're gonna try to get through. We see that Booyah come out right on the point. They're hopping back on. This Blaster is trying to stop them, but it's looking bad for Yellow team here as they push their way all the way in and get that final capture. Blue team winning, I believe, that set there. Let's hop back over to the bracket and check out what is going on there. Give it a nice refresh view bracket. Looks like that was probably AoE versus backline slop, maybe? Not 100% sure. Could be anything. That might have been Jaden and no, that was Jaden and Paxton versus AoE. Sorry. I said that wrong. And it looks like AoE has won. That should bring us into our losers end of the bracket, unless we're playing all of losers after we reach the final round of winners. Could see that happening as well, considering it's one more game before the finals and then the grand finals. Honestly, I could see us playing the semifinals and the finals before any of losers. All of that being said, gonna just sit here and wait for something to happen. Again, I don't really have too much to really talk about while we wait for the next rounds to come through here, as it's kind of just waiting for the game to start back up, really speaking. So, lovely. What? I'm kidding. I'll stop. Hearing people leaving the lobby now, as we are just listening to some nice Splatoon music from the jukebox over here. I can walk over to the jukebox and request a song. Let's go ahead and listen to some Slopping Spree. Oops, wasn't me. Was not. Love some Slopping Spree from our Neumont. looks like we have Pokehigh, Squiddo, Pixel, and Rays. That would mean that we are seeing random squids versus rum and coke again. Yeah, we should be... Oh, maybe not? Oh, looks like they're kind of dropping out now. Maybe they're dropping out. Oh, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. Everything being said and done, kind of just waiting to see what's going on here. I gotta know. Oh, I hope Nova and Xavier win their next 2 rounds, people. Look what would happen if they won their next two rounds. Their next 1-2 rounds, and then they'd end up here. Then we have 6 seed versus some seed here. Okay, I'll see myself out. Pokehigh, Squiddo, and Arkson are on here. Kind of, once again, just waiting to see things happen, waiting to see things go through. And not really much sure. Really sure on what else to really say about all this. Random joins back, meaning I was probably correct about my bracket pick there, as we will be moving into this game anytime now. And there we go. We are checking in right now. Let's go ahead and get it. Mahi Mahi Splat Zones, Pokehigh, Arkson, Squiddo, Random RXR. I'm going to take a sip of beverage. Alright, we see a Clash Blaster Umbrella versus a Splatling Gun, and again, I cannot remember the name of this weapon. I am sorry. All of that being said, I do think that the Blaster Umbrella have the disadvantage into this matchup because they don't really have anything to deal with the Splatling Gun. And that means that they're going to have a tough time reclaiming the lead whenever they've lost it. Looks like that nice Reef Slider does manage to take one of Blue Team out. The other one just naturally goes out as they pincer him. We see Yellow Team trying to force their way into the back lines of Blue Team here, trying to find anything that they can. Yeah. We see Yellow Team go one down there for a second as they are trying to stop Blue Team from regaining control. They're trying to find it. They do almost take down Random here. Random pops that, and they do take out Random with that Reef Slider. We're going to see the Booyah come out as they are going to try to avoid it. Their feet were painted. They did barely have the time to walk back, and they're trying to keep the zone painted as well as they can. Pokehigh comes back, managing to keep the zone painted. Even with the disadvantage, they're having a tough time finding the picks that they need on them. They're playing very well around this Splatling Gun. See Booyah coming out once again, gonna toss it right on top of the Umbrella, managing to take them out. As long as they can get Pokehigh, this is their opportunity to get a real chance at taking the lead. They paint the zone, and they do manage to get it all the way painted as they are going to try to take this tower, but it doesn't look like they get there in time. Ooh. They do hop up there, but the Blaster is already there. They do manage to trade with that Splatling Gun, leaving Blue Team at a weird spot where they're trying to just stop the Umbrella from doing anything, but they're going to get called out by that Reef Slider. Leaving Yellow with the painted zone once again. A lot of great points to get through, but I do absolutely think that the way that we saw them first play, they can get through them as long as they can stop this Splatling Gun from finding any real picks or paint. Looks like they did figure out that they can just paint over that there. They toss their thing on. Will they paint over it again? They should have, but they're not focusing on it. There they go. They do get it. They found a kill there, and they find the rest of the paint they need. This Clash Blaster is trying to find their way back in. They toss down that curling bomb as Blue Team is on top of it, trying to make sure that it doesn't get painted. Random RXR is on the side here, trying to trying to find their way in, trying to find a kill. They do manage to go in and get one. Will they be able to find another one? That Reef Slider does not catch them out this time. They're on top of it, but they do not manage to find the kills that they need as that Reef Slider found their Splatling gun. Once again, we're seeing excellent play around this Reef Slider from this Umbrella here. It's just absolutely wonderful, wonderful work. It's carrying them through this game, honestly speaking. Looks like Random is trying to find their way on. The sub-weapon gets thrown down as the Umbrella manages to catch it out. Pokey High is camping this corner here, trying to make sure that they don't get an opportunity to. That Trizuka comes out, but does not find any value as this, as this Umbrella and Blaster go in and get another team wipe. They do manage to, Blue does manage to paint with their specials there, but it is an unfortunate situation for them to be in as Yellow is just slowly cutting down this these gray points over and over and over again as we speak. Yellow finds a pick on Blue as they come down once again, and they're just waiting in this exact same corner every single time for Blue to come through. They don't really want this shooter type weapon. They want a blaster. They want some AoE, but they're keeping with the shooter. They're keeping with this Trizuka shooter, which is so weird to me. There are so many easier and better weapons that you could be playing. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Took a little bit too long to start painting there. And that will be first game towards Yellow team. Yeah, couldn't really outplay the Blaster and people there as they just kept on keeping on, finding everything that they needed and getting everything that they wanted to. Yeah, we should be getting into this next game pretty much any time now, as we will be waiting to see and find out. All right, looks like we are getting into this now. We see another Clash Blaster Umbrella versus the exact same comp from Blue Team. I do think that that could be a huge misplay from Blue Team. They need to swap the shooter onto something that they can be playing around a lot better, because they just keep on going down to the Clash and the Umbrella. They don't really have a way to play against it. They just have so many more options against them than they have into them. We see a complete trade, but Yellow being left in the advantage as they have the zone painted in their favor, leaving them at just an absolute winning point. See Noah on Blue Team managing to hop all the way out there and find the kills that they need to hopefully get some paint down. But they go down once again without really finding any kills. Sorry, I meant to say paint earlier, but I accidentally said kills that they need. Yeah, we see Yellow continue to take control. We did see Blue flip for a second there, but again, it's kind of just a hard game to play into when you're these two weapons into a Blaster and an Umbrella. If they had any kind of AoE, if they had a Blaster, if they had an Explosion, if they had any of these other weapons that could have been played instead of a shooter, they would be in such a different game here. We see that Booyah Bomb come down on Pokey High as they force their way behind and into Noah. Noah does manage to find the kill there. Not Noah. It's Random Arcsar? Is Random Arcsar Noah? I don't remember. Random. I'm just going to keep on calling them Random. Yeah, we see... ooh, a nice wipe from Blue onto, yeah, onto them now. Booyah Bomb coming out there. They're trying to find a nice advantage. They do get a pick off of that Booyah Bomb. They're going to try to stop Pokehigh from coming in here, but Pokehigh is trying to find their way onto the point. This Splatling Gun is just in such a good spot. They're on top of this point, and they know that Pokehigh is somewhere behind that cliff there. They toss out their special onto the thing to get some paint out, but again, Random just cannot find what they need to find with the shooter as they go down and get wiped out. Their secondary managing to find a kill post-mortem there. Blue team is trying to get a nice flip here before yellow team gets in the lead, as they do manage to find that flip that they were looking for. They got a nice pick with that Booyah Bomb. Once again, they're playing so well around their specialist here, as yellow team just goes out once again, unfortunately for them. Yeah, blue team is going to try to set up once again and not let them through, and as long as they can manage to find that, then they will be left in a good position. It won't really matter that they're not necessarily playing the best weapons for what they're trying to do. They do find one on that tower there. They kind of just walked out into it as they almost go down to that Reef Slider despite the armor, but they do manage to just barely live. Squiddo yields up, and with 5 points left, that should be game. In Blue's favor. That brings us to our first game 3 as far as I'm aware. What a wonderful game. We saw it become really, really close there as Blue team kind of started to figure out how to play around what yellow team was trying to get done. Yeah, all of that being said, we will be getting into this last match of this set here soon. I think literally any time now. It just depends on when the players decide to ready up. All of that being said, not really sure what else to say about this. I've run out of things to say. I don't usually have streams last 2 hours. It's usually roughly 40 minutes. So 120 is 2 hours, so 4, 8, 12. So this is 3 times the length of a normal stream and about a third the length of the longest stream I've ever done for Neumont. Longest stream I've ever done, not for Neumont, was 40 hours? I think it was 40 hours. And that was a very, very fun time. Should be getting into this whenever Squiddo decides to ready up. Ready up, Squiddo! Ready it up! Come on, Squiddo! Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I'm talking about! That right there! Sorry, I had to do it. I had to do it. All right. We are getting right into this. It will be tower control on Undertow Spillway here. Pretty exciting map and mode. Trying to just watch this go through, watch this play out. Random immediately tries to hop onto the thing, but again, kind of just called out there because taken out so fast. Again, I do not like that weapon choice from Random. It does not really work too well into this team comp. We see this Splatling Gun trying to play it out, trying to play through, trying to get these picks off on these players. Random does manage to find one out there as we do take the point. Our Splatling Gun Blue team takes the point. Their Splatling gun is on top of it. Pokehigh trying to hop up, trying to find the kills. Scooter was not ready for it. I'm kind of surprised. I thought they saw and were gonna just immediately flick over and kill them before they got an opportunity, but it doesn't look like they really got that chance. This Flash Blaster camping the point hard. Random going down as well. This Brella is going to be camping this point, I have to imagine. They plant a mine on top of it. I kind of forget that you're allowed to do that. They lose the point before they get the lead. They're trying to hop back on it, but Pokey almost goes down to that Splatling gun once again as they're just trying to camp them out. Random goes down on the point as is expected if you kind of just rush it down while both of their members are still up and active. We see Squiddo toss down that paint thing as Yellow Team now has the lead. We need to see Random and Squiddo kind of work together to try and find their way on, but we don't see it happening as Yellow is going to break through the second checkpoint, leaving them at a massive, massive advantage. We see Squiddo go down. Random trying to hop on now and stop this umbrella. They do manage to hop on the point, but again, in a 2v1, you don't really want to be on top of it as you go down to that Clash Blaster. We see the Clash Blaster go down. The Brella getting lit up, trying to get taken out, but it's going to be tough work. They pop up the umbrella and they break through the third checkpoint. That might be game in favor of Yellow Team here, all things considered. It's going to be really, really hard for Blue to find a comeback from that. Especially moving into tower, having a blaster is just so important. Yellow finds a wipeout on them from that blaster once again, and they're just going to continue pushing forward, just finding everything that they need to find, and eventually taking the entirety of this game here if Blue Team does nothing about it. Blue gets wiped out by Yellow once again as this Yellow member is waiting for the checkpoint to flick for some reason before hopping back on it. Honestly, it might have been able to get it to at least like 3 points, maybe even an outright win. We see Pokehigh take them out as they're going to just sit on the checkpoint and win the game. GG's, Yellow Team takes that victory in the end there. Very, very close game, all things considered. Closest game we've seen so far without having to consider anything. Let's take a look at the bracket now. All right, pulling up the bracket. Let's go ahead and give it a nice refresh. We're 42% of the way through the bracket. We're only 2 hours into stream. How could we be almost halfway through the bracket? That's not accounting for the fact that we have some buys right here. We're probably going to see Jaden and Paxton versus Noah and Xavier next, and I think Ryan and Owen are a buy round, which means if Noah and Xavier win, we're going to have a funny round coming up here much later. All right. Trying to just wait for some people to hop in, hop on, and play this out. Yeah, bracket is still in a pretty good state here. We still have 2 rounds here in the semis and finals, and potentially a bracket reset in the grand finals up here. Go Frankie. Atticus is rooting for Frankie. Is Frankie on rum and coke? I'm gonna imagine Frankie's on rum and coke. So Atticus is rooting for rum and coke to win here. Have we started getting people into our thing yet? We have Nova. Yep, I was correct. It is going to be Jaden and Paxton versus Nova and Xavier here. Assuming that, yeah, Jaden and Paxton showed up, I remember. Yeah, they won versus Rum and Coke. How could I have forgotten? Yeah. Not really much more to talk about, not really much more to say. Kind of just waiting for things to go through, kind of just waiting for things to happen. Looks like Noah and Xavier are in. We are just waiting for Jaden and Paxton. Looks like I just heard one of them join. Kind of just waiting for the other one now. Then we will get right into this. Yeah, again, kind of just waiting for these games to start up, waiting for people to get in. That way these games can start up. Not really too much to talk about in the meantime. Not really sure what I should say or that I've not already said 1,000 times, 1,000 ways. Heard that last person join. We might actually be getting into this anytime now. Sounds like we are getting into this. What will our map and mode be? Let's go ahead and reset the scores here. Looks like our map and mode is Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi once again. Again, I do not like Mahi Mahi. It is not a map that I enjoy, personally speaking. When I played in this, I did pretty well on it. I won on it every time I played on it, but just not my map. Not my map, personally. Yeah. Again, kind of just waiting for them to ready up. All right. We are getting right into this game. we see a blaster bucket versus a roller bucket. I think that this could really go either way. It depends on how good the blaster versus roller are, but bucket v bucket. We see, I think, Dread versus... I cannot remember what this bucket is. We'll find out when they kill each other. That's how we'll find out. Looks like they went down to one. This one is going to go down maybe to the blaster. They have Crab up. They're trying to pop it. Triple Splat comes down, but they roll themselves off the map, unfortunately. Yeah. Yellow team has the immediate lead, the immediate advantage, trying to find whatever they can to get these people out of here. And they will continue trying for as long as they possibly can. Yeah, yellow team is kind of just defending. Okay, it's a lobber. Lobber versus something. I can't remember. Yeah. If I was watching them, I would have figured out what bucket it is. We see the blaster take them out and paint the zone, giving yellow a further advantage as we continue moving forward through this game. $15 points left on the yellow team's side. Just barely enough time for blue to come in and do something. They do manage to do it, painting the entire zone just in time with 4 points left on the timer there. Crab tank, of course. I'm never going to get to see what the buckets are called. Unfortunate. Egots. See this roller up top here. They have Kraken there ready to pop it in the time of need. See this blaster coming through, managing to find a kill as they pop triple splat down. Do not manage to get a kill there. Kraken is popped as they try to paint the zone with it, trying to find a kill on one of them, but they cannot manage to find enough paint or a kill themselves. We see the counter Kraken get popped as yellow team goes one down. You see a lobber here as they go down as well. A wipeout for the blue team onto the yellow team. It's still anybody's game with 2 minutes 30 seconds left on the clock. There's enough time for anyone to really make a comeback here. We see this blaster come in and try to find this roller, but we get a lag spike there, and the roller kills both of them. What a great play from the roller there. Yeah. Again, kind of just waiting for something to really big happen, as I think we have a crash. Given how deep they were into the game and the fact that yellow was winning so hard, I'm not sure if they're going to, like, redo this. But we do, in fact, have a crash. Blue is definitely making a comeback, though. Yeah, they ended the battle. I think they are going to redo it. That is my best guess, at the very least. Gonna wait for them to redo that. I'm gonna assume that that's not a win on either person's side as far as it is going right now. Again, kind of just waiting. And we're going to see a nice rematch here. Again, just waiting for one of them to ready up here, and when that happens, we will get right into it. All right. Looks like we will be getting into this now. Same weapons as I would expect to see. We're going to see if this game goes any differently this time. We might see blue play a little bit differently around their weapons here, seeing how it went at the start of that last game. You see immediately a wipeout from blue side on yellow wiping out blue side. Yellow's trying to find their way into the blue backline. You see Crab be forced out here as it gets immediately taken out by the triple splat, but I believe they do take down the triple splatter as they are trying to force their way onto the point with this Kraken here. They're trying to flip the zone before there's a real opportunity. They're trying to loop around, maybe find that drop. They do manage to find the jump there as they're trying to get this person off this tower now. Again, I feel like Bloblobber can be a decent choice, but in this case, a ringer feels a little bit better as it just has more gameplay around those edges, around those corners. See a wipeout once again. I believe that was blue team favored wipeout as they are trying to defend from yellow here. We see this Crab get popped on the point once again. They drop down into the Crab. That's just going to be a massacre. Another wipeout for blue as they have 15 points left on the board. That might just be game. As long as they push forward and don't let yellow anywhere close, they don't even have to. It's just over. Good game, good game. First round goes to blue. A much, much different set than we saw that first time. Going to be really interesting to see how this next game goes, especially if we see any hop-offs or hop-ons to anything out here. Could definitely go anyone's way with how the games have been going so far. Loser's bracket has definitely been a lot closer than winner's bracket as far as we have been seeing. Again, kind of just waiting for them to go into this next game here. Not really sure what is going on. Oh, Albie's typing. What is Albie going to say? Okay, they have agreed to make the score 1-1 and play a game 3 out. So all of that being said, I have updated the scores to be 1-1, and we will be moving forward. They are readying up. They're taking it to... Ew! Sturgeon! Actually, is Sturgeon the one that I remember? If Sturgeon is the one I remember, then... Again, kind of just waiting for them to ready up. Nova is not quite readied up yet. All right. We are getting into this final game here. It will be a tower control on Sturgeon. Sturgeon is the map I was thinking of. I do not like this map, not one bit whatsoever, but we will see how our players end up playing into it. We have an immediate trade there as this long range blaster is trying to play up and out through this zone. They have a Luna on their side, though, which could definitely lead to some nice advantage around these corners. Ooh, immediately taken out by that roller here that I am totally not biased towards. Speaking of, why aren't we watching the roller? We should be watching the roller here. We see the soda coming out, immediately providing them a nice advantage. They can kind of just run in, get a couple kills, and not worry about if they end up dying. They find one, they're gonna jump down. They find the other, but their teammate has crashed. Egads! Once again, their teammate is gone and out of here. I think they're probably gonna end the game and try to fix that. I'd have to imagine at the very least. Flightless Bird 8? Spamming some emote. What emote is that? Lil Llama? Nice. Yeah. Yep, Spectator ended the game there for us. Makes sense. Don't really want to try to play that out when it is going so poorly. We love Neumont private lobbies. Hello, Neumont. Yep, we're going to wait for them to join back and then probably restart that game immediately. This kind of sucks. Just going back and forth like this over and over again. Can't really help it too much, though. All right, looks like we are finally getting into this. Let's get going. Starting out, looks like yellow gains an advantage. They do manage to take out one of the blue team members, but that longer range blaster definitely has the advantage in this blaster to blaster fight. They pop the stamp and immediately throw it out, not even trying to run with it a little bit. This blaster managed to find that roller once again. The other blaster trying to run forward, trying to stop them from pushing, but they get wiped out, leaving yellow in the exact same position that blue was in last time. See the stamp coming out for a couple seconds. They try to toss it up, but does not manage to find what they are looking to find, as they end up finally going down and out. But this yellow is still on this. They're going to break through this last checkpoint now. Blue team still not coming through, still not finding their way on, as yellow is just going to push all the way to the end and find a win. Oh my lord! A straight push all the way from start to finish. Blue team was not playing the way that they needed to be playing that game there. That crash really took them out of it, unfortunately. All of that being said, I do believe that that leaves yellow as our winners. Let's go ahead and pull up the bracket now. Get that going and see where that leaves us. 52% of the way through the bracket. I believe that that was another losers, as that leaves us with exactly what I've been talking about this whole time. Nice setup right here. Seed 6 versus Seed 7. Ahaha, I'm just the funniest person around, aren't I? I'm just so funny. Yeah, that kind of just leaves us waiting for our next round. It will either be Jake and Alex versus Rum and Coke, or it will be AoE versus Backline Slop. Not completely sure. I imagine we are playing losers still. Kind of just waiting for them to set that up, get that through. I guess it could also be the Andrews versus Noah and Xavier, but I do not imagine that that's how we're playing this out. Again, could be. Just listen to some nice Splatoon music while we sit back, relax, and wait for some more. Looks like Pixel has joined. Same with Silver? Question mark. I'm not sure if Silver was already in here or not. Looks like we are getting people in here. Should be good to start whenever the teams choose to start it up. Again, kind of just waiting. This has been a lot of waiting, and I've run out of the ability to fill the dead air, sadly. Looks like the teams are in. We are going to play on Splat Zone's Umami Ruins. So that will be pretty interesting. Getting into this, it looks like we have a Aerospray Explosure versus a Splatana Splatling Gun. That's actually really interesting. I feel like this could absolutely go either way, without a doubt. Immediately, we see one of the zones painted by yellow, but they are trying to get it flipped. Blue is. Yellow now currently owns both of the zones. This Explosure is just putting in the work, watching these corners, trying to make sure that there's no real room for Blue to play around. We see this bubble come out and the Explosure get really low as they try to hop up there. Looks like the Explosure is forced all the way back into their spawn. Blue does finally get the flip as Yellow is going to try to find their way on, find a nice triple splash maybe to get some nice paint. The Explosure can immediately paint all of that. That's insane. That's actually kind of crazy. I see why they're playing Explosion. Yeah, Inkvac manages to find the Explosion there. The Aerospray is trying to find their way on and take some of these zones from Blue, but it looks like Blue has found the lead now as Yellow is just trying to find their way around and find their way in. But it is going to be tough work given these Splatling Guns' ability to just play around them. We see that Splatana come out and the triple splats from the Explosure, but they cannot quite find the paint or damage that they need to win this. The Explosure jumps out there as the Aerospray is trying to find whatever they can in order to find some real distance in zone here. Yellow is keeping it painted so Blue isn't scoring points, but Blue is just not letting Yellow get that far side there. Ooh, they didn't know about the Inkvac being able to just suck up that Booyah Bomb there. They toss it down and immediately paint that zone. The Explosure finds the Splatling and is going to try to paint zone here. The Mine finds them out as they jump out instead of painting. Absolutely makes sense. They would have gone down had they continued to try and paint there. We see this person trying to farm up that Booyah here, trying to find a nice kill. The Explosure is back and at it, trying to find some paint. They do manage to get the paint out, but they do not manage to find what they need to find. They toss out the Booyah Bomb, but they're going to go down to this Splatana and just leave blue at such a heavy advantage. It's going to be really hard for them to find a comeback here. Yeah, 10 points left for blue. Yellow needs to find something big here. They do manage to find a wipeout on blue. As long as they can flip both of the zones, then they will put a ton of great points on blue, meaning they're going to have to do basically what they did again to win the game now, rather than just scoring those 8 points. Yellow has a real opportunity to hold here now, as long as they don't let blue in at all. This Explosher is watching that Splatana like a hawk, trying not to let them through, but that Splatling gun manages to take them out. Ballpoint Splat... I'm right calling it a Splatling gun. Well, it's a ballpoint Splatling. We see this Booyah coming out, trying to find someone here, but they do manage to pick off one of the yellow team members. This arrow spray almost goes down. They do end up going down, as blue is now looking to paint these zones. Blue finds the paint that they need on these zones, as they are going to now be trying to camp this out. Blue tosses out a Booyah, not Booyah, tosses out a suction bomb, and just continue trying to find what they want from yellow. Yellow does manage to flip some of these zones now, but blue is trying to flip them right back. We see that triple splat coming out, but he doesn't manage to flip that second zone. For yellow side, the Splatana hops up and finds one from blue, as the Splatling gun manages to find the other from yellow, just immediately taking a dominant control of the field once again. That blue member pushes a little bit too far forward, as the Splatling gun is trying to outrange the Explosion. Looks like yellow gets flips on both once again, but they do not hold for long, as blue gets an immediate flip as well. That's the advantage of Umami Ruins. It's so easy to just flip one of the sides. They're so much smaller than a regular zone. Splatling gun just trying to paint, knowing that if he can prevent a little bit of this score from coming out, then he can find something big, but it's going to be hard. They toss out that inkjet up there and don't manage to find anyone with it. I feel like it might have been better to try to use it for paint. They're getting called out by this Explosher, as this bubble onto this zone manages to find them flip, but it is not enough to end overtime, because yellow still controls one of the zones. You need to make it sure yellow does not control both of the zones. Like, even neutral is enough. Yellow cutting down their points over and over again. They take out one from blue. It is just the Splatling gun up here trying to paint this area. They go down as well. I think yellow team really might just pull off this comeback here. Blue is trying desperately to paint, but yellow has a triple splashdown and finds the victory right there at the end. What a wonderful, wonderful round. That was such a good bit of play from both sides. Going to be really interesting to see how this next game goes, especially if it ends up being a tower game, because I could absolutely see that going towards either side, really. Both of them were playing so well around each other that entire time. That Explosion just kind of got a little bit outplayed towards the end there, and then... Not outplayed, sorry. That Explosion kind of just outplayed them a little bit towards the end there and managed to find all of the bits that they needed to find to get this through, done, and out. Umami Ruins on Splat Zones again? That's crazy! We just saw this game! Immediately, Yellow gets one of the zones. One of Yellow goes down as this Explosion is going to try to continue to push forward and find their way in, but they do actually end up backing up and not doing what I said that they were doing. Crazy how that works out. This Explosion is trying to play back, trying to just find a nice pick. They get Narwhal really low and making them pop bubble there, but they do not manage to find the kill due to the bubble. They do have triple splat, so if they can get that bubble down, they can come in and find a big play. Even through a vacuum, I'm pretty sure triple splat wins versus vacuum. Oh, that vacuum almost finds them, but they do manage to avoid it just in time. Explosure and that bomb managing to take them out. Blue only getting 50% of the way there. Yellow now takes advantage and is trying to capture this, trying to keep the zones painted, trying to keep Blue off of them, but they do not manage to find everything that they need to be finding. Triple splat coming down on top of that bubble just for an immediate shutdown kill. What a wonderful counter ult there. Yeah, Blue has refound capture of the points, but with all those gray points on both sides, it's going to be an interesting match. It's still really close, but it is currently Blue favored. Flavored? Blue flavored? Like raspberry? I love Blue raspberry. Yeah, Yellow goes down once again as this Explosion is just trying to keep these zones painted, trying to keep Blue out. And they are definitely succeeding. Yeah, they've managed to keep Blue off and out. They pop triple splash on their teammate, unfortunately. That's not what you want to be seeing happen here. That Booyah Bomb comes out and does manage to repaint the zone. Yellow looking to try to take advantage, take the lead. They hop into the bubble and do manage to trade with the person inside. Yellow repainting one of those zones, trying to make sure that they don't get to the point of gray points. Waiting for that bubble to come out. They do hop up and find a nice landed shot on one of the people. Again, Yellow kind of pushes forward a little bit too fast there as they regain their gray points. That arrow spray going down in an unfortunate situation. Triple splash coming out and not finding anyone there. They are being forced back into their spawn once again, leaving them into a nice, difficult spot to take advantage of. Eventually, they loop out and try to find their way through once again, but it is some tough work as Blue Team is just taking as much advantage of this as they possibly can. You see that triple spot come out, but they hop down into their bubble to try to avoid it. They're trying to watch out for this Yellow, but they do not manage to as Yellow gets another wipeout. That arrow spray playing just at the right time. This Explosion is going to be trying to camp out Blue's push here, as far as I'm aware, and as long as they can do that, Yellow will be in a nice spot because they should have the lead here. Reminder, I believe Yellow is the team that is in the lead right now, so if they do manage to win this one, they will get it all the way through and out. Narwhal is going to go down in the backlines here, managed to take one with him, and pop bubble to live. What a great play from Narwhal back there. This Explosion left to back up rather than stay forward and up on that tower like he wants to be. Yeah, they're continuing to be forced back. They try to avoid that secondary as... Yellow managed to get on and flip one of them, still preventing Blue from scoring points here, which is really big and important for them. Neither of Yellow goes down, but they do find a pick on Blue. This might be their opportunity to push forward as long as they can stay away from this... Splatling gun. They managed to kill the Splatling gun. Do they catch the drop in? They don't. So Narwhal manages to get the kills, but Blue needs to paint these zones and keep them held if they want to win. They need to score all of these points in overtime if they want to catch it out here, which is going to be the more difficult game to play, as we'll see. Yellow just has such an advantage. They can paint from so far away that it's going to be extremely hard for blue to actually hold these zones out. We see Narwhal get picked off there as silver comes in, and that will be that game. What a great set once again. Pretty close game there, but unfortunately in the end, it did just go towards yellow side. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the bracket. Shouldn't be updated. Maybe it is. Shouldn't be updated yet, though. Now let's refresh and see if the bracket is up to date. Looks like it is. Yeah, looks like our next games will probably be Jake and Alex versus Rum and Coke, and then these people, and then finals, and then losers, and then losers finals, and then grand finals. Yeah, all of that being said, I hear people joining in. Looks like we have Pokehakumu, Arxton, and probably Willow here in a second, given it is Jake and Alex. There is Willow, as I said. The teams are getting set up now. We should be getting into this pretty much any time now. I'll leave the match mode up and on the screen. That way we can see it the second it happens. There it goes. It is Splatzone's Mako Mart once again. I love me some Mako Mart. See that clash, we see that umbrella, we see The bucket, we see that splatling, or no, that's the one that I always get confused. Maybe it is still a ballpoint splatling gun. Not really sure. Immediately, Blue comes in and finds a kill on that Clash Blaster as they are trying to force the Brella out. They already have control of the zone. As Yellow is now put into a pretty high disadvantage. You're saying go Frankie. Pokey High is right there. They are trying to play this game, but that Clash Blaster is getting called out by those missiles. They're trying to run behind. They're trying to run around, but they are getting chased down. They do manage to pop ult on the point. They might get a flip here. Do they? Do they? Do they? They do not manage to get enough paint for a flip. They try to kill one of them, but they end up going down for a wipeout on the Yellow team. Blue team immediately just finding some nice heavy advantage. Yeah, Blue team is continuing to just try to hold here. They do manage to find a pick on Pokey High once again, and on that Umbrella for another wipeout with 30 points left on this stage. All they have to do is do that one more time, and it will basically be game for them. They're trying to force their way into the back lines of this team, but they do not manage to find it out here. See that reef popped as Pokey High is trying to force their way behind, getting chased once again, getting jumped, and they die as the point goes through for Blue team. I forgot to change it back to the sides mode. Let me do that real quick. And there you go. We can see that Blue has one win and Yellow has none so far. All right, we are getting into this next game here anytime now. All right, we see a Brella in Stamper, as well as on the other team, again, Splatling Gun and Bucket. And again, they're just going to immediately try to push out and take some major advantage here of the fact that it's going to be hard for the Stamper to play into them. Yeah, Blue pushes forward. They do find a kill on Yellow once again. Pokey High manages to take one of them out, but they do end up getting wiped out. They're going to force their way through this first checkpoint here. Should be an easy find on this first checkpoint as they will continue to try to push forward from there. Immediately painting all of that Brella's Brella and just taking them out. Pokey High trying to find something on the point, but again, just cannot find anything as they are now at their second checkpoint. Again, Blue finds yet another wipeout on them as they find their way through this last checkpoint. That jump in from Blue means that Yellow should just be cooked. They're gone. There goes Yellow. A Blue team sweep Oh, crazy, crazy plays from the blue team there. And there goes Frankie. Sorry, Atticus. Yeah, Pokey High does need to in fact hop back on that siege grind. I hear you all are going into champions, so definitely hop back on that siege grind. Come on, Frankie. I believe in you. I believe in you, the Frankster, the Frankinator, Frankie Frankfurt. All right, pulling up the bracket once again to see how we are doing. 63% of the way through and only 3 hours into stream. Wow, egads! I'm sorry. That's on me. That's all on me. I shouldn't be hitting this. I shouldn't be hitting all of this. Let's refresh again and see if anything's updated. Looks like that is the case. So, yeah, we have a good 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, potentially 7 matches left in this bracket here. All of that being said, our next game should probably be I'm sorry, I have dyslexia. Backline Slop versus Jake and Alex should be our next game here. Given Jake and Alex left, that might not be the case, though. I hear people joining back in here, and now maybe Silver. We have Silver in the lobby. Gonna go ahead and wait to see who else we are getting in here. Jake joined back. Looks like that means we might actually be running the Jake match. Yeah, backline slop versus Jake and Alex. Looks like it might be the case. All right, we will be getting into this right now. Looks like it is Narwhal and Silver versus Akumu and Willow. We just saw Akumu and Willow in the last game running a pretty nice setup there, and they ran through that last game, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, looks like we have a Splatana Splatling Gun versus a Splatling Gun Bucket once again. Yeah, and let's get into this. Looks like yellow goes down one pretty much immediately to a suction bomb there, as blue team has taken immediate advantage of the point once again. Yeah, blue team is just doing exactly what we saw them doing in the last game here, as they have taken the point pretty quickly and just held it down, keeping them far back, far away. Finally, one of them goes down, leaving an opportunity for yellow to maybe push their way in, but they pop bubble a little bit far away. As long as blue can just keep the zone painted, they will be in a good position. But with that vacuum as well, I don't think that they will have a real good opportunity to. They do manage to just barely keep it off from there. Oh, barely gets flipped. A nice number of gray points are put onto them, as they do manage to reflip the zone. Wipeout on blue team as yellow is trying to force their way into blue's backline now. Looks like blue's just trying to kick yellow out of here, trying to take down this bubble, not let them get any real advantage. Yeah, yellow gets forced pretty far back here as their Splatling Gun is trying to play up and forward. We see that Reef Slider coming all the way down, almost catching them out. Their mine going down there, getting immediate flip. They pop the vacuum and do manage to suck a ton of ink there, but do not manage to get anything out of it, managing to find the wipeout on yellow team there. Blue continues to try to hold this advantage, try to stop yellow from getting up here, and they're just going to continue to force them to pop bubble, force them to waste their specials, and not find anything. Yeah, we see these missiles coming out from blue. Once again, they're down to 5 gray points, 3 gray points, 10 points left to score. As unless yellow can get on and find something right now, it will be a blue-flavored game, favored game. I keep on saying blue-flavored game. What's a blue-flavored game? Getting into this, it looks like we have a bucket. We see Splatling on both sides. We see the Splatana and a bucket on their respective sides. As both teams are going to be fighting for this tower here. It is tower on Art Academy, Inkblot. As both teams are going to just try to fight for this win here. I believe Blue got the last win, and I forgot to change it onto score mode. Once again, that is on me. I'm kind of getting out of the mindset of being able to stream, because a 3-hour-long stream is a lot longer than I usually do or anticipate doing. See, the vacuum missed their vacuum onto the point as Akuma manages to take them out. Blue, once again, just trying to take heavy advantage of the leads that they can find. Yellow team being put at a pretty decent disadvantage. This Narwhal person trying to find their way around. Akuma getting called out on the point there as the bucket is trying to find their way around. Again, it's kind of just Blue going down one, trying to find one here, as Yellow is pushing their way up and forward. Again, I'm kind of falling out of it. It's so hard to keep talking about the game here. Blue trying to stop Yellow. They do manage to pick off one as they are trying to hunt down this other one here. Kuma getting called out by this vacuum, and they find their way up into it and stop them here. They're trying, and they do manage to find it as Willow goes around the back. We see all of these missiles popped on Narwhal over there as Akuma is going to try to live, but they're a little bit off on their positioning there to go ahead and do that. Yeah, Blue team is getting forced back once again, but again, Yellow team has not quite made their way all the way over. Narwhal getting lit up by the bucket there, but does manage to escape. One from Yellow goes down as we see the reef get popped on the other one there. Blue team reclaiming the point once again. Blue tries to push their way into Yellow's back line, but does get called out. Akuma trying to stay on this point, gets a nice chunk of advantage as they break through the second checkpoint there. Yeah, a lot has been going on. Yellow trying to keep Blue back in their spawn here. Willow trying to go behind, trying to find something out here. Does toss down that secondary, but it does look like Yellow will use this vacuum to get this point here. Does manage to dodge the vacuum, but Jake goes down as Willow is just trying to find a kill. They do get one from Yellow, but now that Narwhal is up that ramp, it's going to be a lot harder to get them. Yeah, Narwhal hops off the point for a couple seconds, but with that bubble going down, it's going to be a lot harder. They do manage to find the reef slider onto it, but I do think that they broke through the checkpoint, bringing it back to a fairly close game. As long as Yellow can recapture, they could absolutely find the lead here. You see missiles coming out from Jake, trying to find someone out, but does not manage to get any kills off of it. Will they manage to find a nice push here, or will they not? It's still really anyone's game. Jake goes down there as their Splatling gun takes him out. As long as they can stay on the point here and make sure to take out the remaining members that they feel like they they can find, they can absolutely win this. They pop both of their stall specials at the exact same time, though, which is an unfortunate situation to be in. They do manage to take down Jake, and I do believe that that will let them get to the lead, bringing it to, once again, a 1-1 set. Yeah. That will bring us to another Game 3 set in this bracket here. And we are getting right into it. All right. It is Splat Zone's Umami Ruins, as both sides are going to be rushing for this first capture here. Looks like Yellow Team is trying to stop Blue Team, but Blue Team has the first capture. They managed to find the first pick, though, which is the more important of the two aspects. Yellow Team gets Reef Slidered, finding a repick. It's just the Splatling Gun from Yellow versus the Bucket from Blue, but it doesn't look like the Splatling Gun is even trying to push forward. They're just staying back on this little hold here. Yeah, they do find control of the points as they are just trying to fight it out, trying to find what they are looking for. Yellow keeping the side zone painted. They go down. Narwhal goes down once again as Blue finds a full paint. They toss a bunch of missiles onto Yellow. They didn't keep their backs painted. You need to make sure that you have space to walk. Reef Slider comes out and finds one from Yellow. It is just Narwhal remaining on Yellow side as Blue is getting a further advantage over time. They pop the bubble to try to make sure to paint the zone, but it's going to be difficult work to get both painted at the same time, especially solo out here. They do have one behind them, but they do manage to find the one in front of them and paint that zone. Akumu takes back the, not Akumu, sorry, Alex takes back the other zone as they are just constantly in a fight for this zone. Yeah, looks like Blue is continuing to hold out here as they are at 30 points remaining. Yellow is trying to find paint enough on that other zone to get it in their control. But again, they take one out from Yellow, and they're just going to go repaint that other zone right now. They see the Splatling Gun using their vacuum on it, and they kill him. Yeah. Exactly what I expected to see. Yellow tries to paint the other zone while they're gone, and they do manage to get the paint on it, just constantly flipping whatever zone Blue is not currently focused on. Yellows realize that they have to play more up if they want to have a chance. They put their Splatling Gun out here. They're trying to paint, and they do manage to put the great points onto Blue here. Yeah, Blue managed to take out Yellow once again, but with all of these gray points, it's going to be a while before they get the opportunity to win the game. But at this point, Yellow really needs to get and hold the zone. What a wonderful pick from the secondary, a wipeout from this Bucket here. Just free kills for them. Yellow does manage to find a pick on one from Blue, but the other from Blue managed to pick one from Yellow. The other from Yellow for a wipeout once again. They've gone through all of their gray points. already. What a wonderful play from blue. They have 10 points left. As long as they can take out all of yellow one more time, it will be cooked for them. We see Narwhal getting called out with all of these missiles here, but they cannot paint the zone in time, leaving it at a win for blue, I believe. Let's go ahead and take another peek at that bracket now, see how far we have left to go. Refresh, 68%. Not sure if they have it updated quite yet. Jake and Alex move forward into that last round of losers. We're probably going to see Andrews versus Nova and Xavier here. As this has been going on for 3 hours and 13 minutes. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. All right, gonna just sit here and wait to see that next game come out. Taking enough of a peek at the bracket now, I'm gonna push us back to the game. And we're just gonna sit here and wait for the people to join and start playing. Oh, Aeolus hops out. We're just gonna keep on waiting and waiting and waiting. You see Andrew join? Maybe it's the Andrews? Ooh, we see another Andrew join. Maybe it's the Andrews? The Andrews versus who? Taking a peek at the bracket, it is the Andrews versus Nova and Xavier. It is the 6-7 matchup. Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, this is what I've been waiting for. The 6-7 matchup. Yeah, the 6-7 matchup. Yeah. Okay, we have Nova in. Maybe we'll get into this soon. We are 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, by the way, people. Should be getting into this any time now. I'm not really sure why we haven't. Let me go check out if... nope, no message on Discord. Haven't checked in a while, so I figured I would. Looks like we have the Andrews, Nova, and Akumu? What's going on here? I'm pretty sure that was not the team that was playing here before. Looks like these are the teams we're playing with. Nova and Akumu versus the Andrews. I wonder why Jake swapped sides. All right, looks like we are getting into this. We see the Bucket Splatling versus the Custom and the Bucket. Is that Lobber? It's Lobber. Again, I think Lobber can definitely work out, especially with the Kraken, but you have to be really, really decent at Lobber to get it to work out in your favor. Nova's trying to camp with this blaster here, but figures that they need to start playing around. They do find a pick on that jump there. What a good pick from Nova there. I would like to mention that this is two people from the team on the same team. I like a little bit suspicious here, guys. Just a little bit suspicious here. Blue team is holding out pretty well here as eventually Yellow finds their way on and gets it to neutral, but Blue team immediately flips it right back. They take out that Splatling gun. This Lobber is going to be in an unfortunate situation against the Inkjet here. They do pop Kraken to go ahead and live. They're going to try to probably... No, they did try to charge the drop there. Not quite sure as to why, but it worked out, so not complain. Lobber and this Blaster, again, are just in advantage state the entire time. Looks like they do manage to pick one off of the blue team and might get paint here. As long as they can get it down, as long as they can stop this Bloblobber, will they be able to find the paint that they need? This Inkjet would be enough. That Kraken comes out, the Inkjet comes out to try to counter it. They do find Nova there as the Kraken will go down as well, finding a wipeout on blue team. Yeah, yellow team is now just trying to do exactly what blue did before. They're trying to hold this point, but blue has nothing of it. They immediately try to take them down, but the crab popped from yellow manages to stop blue at least for a second. Longer than a second, oh my lord. That Bloblobber kind of got called out there, unfortunately. And yeah, that will lead us to game. Again, I'm sorry that I'm kind of like not casting very well. Solo casting for 3.5 hours is not a good time. 2 is usually my limit. That is when I start checking out, and we're almost 2 past that. 30 minutes more and we'll be 2 past that. Yeah, I can't remember what team just won. It was Andrews. Andrews were yellow? Pretty sure they were yellow. So I'm going to set it up on yellow. Again, we can get into this anytime now. Just waiting for the players to ready it up here. Might be seeing some weapon swaps. Probably not a Bloblobber from Akumu, considering we're going into tower. Yeah, getting right into this, we see the bucket, the Splatling gun, the bucket, the custom once again. Very, very similar setups from all sides. We immediately see Blue taking a pretty strong lead here once again against the Andrews. Andrews trying to get out, but they cannot quite find their way on and in. Did I award it to the? No, I think Yellow won this time. Again, I could be wrong. If they end up playing a third, I'll know that I'm wrong, and then I'll fix it. That's how we do it out here. We see Blue forcing their way forward, forcing their way in, trying to make sure to clear here. Triple Splat manages to catch out one of the Andrews. This bucket does have Kraken, and if they pop Kraken, that would be big. They don't pop Kraken? What are you doing? Tri-Slosher manages to find everything that they wanted to find. Blue gets picked pretty fast after Yellow comes out here, as the Andrews are just trying to take advantage and form a nice solid lead here. Yellow is gonna probably break through this initial part. Yep, they do in fact break through that initial checkpoint. They're pushing towards the second one. This crab was very nice for them. They find yet another wipeout, as they might be able to just push all the way through and gain the lead. Looks like they do. Bet Akumu's regretting not pressing Kraken earlier now, as they find a wipeout yet again, and that might straight up, I'm pretty sure that's just game. That should be game. Assuming that they won last game as well, I'm pretty sure that that is game 2 in favor of them. If not, I will go ahead and fix it, because I just can't remember who won. Yeah. Looks like that was the second game. I was correct to assume that they won. I thought that I was right, and I was correct. See, I should just never doubt myself, and then I will never have doubted myself. Checking out the bracket now, let's give it a nice refresh once again. View bracket as I zoom out and find that the Andrews beat Jake and Alex there. No, was that Jake and Alex? No, the Andrews, sorry, beat Nova and Jake. And now they're going to go fight Jake and Alex, which is very funny. Not sure if we're going to see AoE and brush maxing or Jake and Alex versus the Andrews first. I would imagine Jake and Alex versus the Andrews first. Yeah, we are seeing Pixel and Boreal come in here. I think that that means that our next setup will be probably AoE versus brush maxing, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Albie is here. That means our next setup is AoE versus brush maxing. This is going to be a really interesting game because both of them have very strong defense and play into the splatling guns. But because they're fighting each other, it's going to be really interesting to see which one of them can play the kind of control and forward game mode better. Will it be the control counter or will it be the speed counter? I imagine it's going to go towards the speed counter, considering speed beats control in general. That being said, if control can go hard enough, speed can be outpaced by it. That is absolutely the case. Just waiting for Albie to ready up here, and then we will be getting into this game. I believe that this is Winners Finals, correct? Checking it out. This is, in fact, our Winners Finals game. Again, I'm kind of, like, dying up here slowly but surely. My brain is full of too much information at the same time to really continue casting at the same pace that I would normally like to cast at. I'm glad my throat hasn't gone out. I brought enough liquid for 2 hours of gameplay at the very least. We see Andrew C and Pixel. I think a bunch of people had to go home. That's my thought. So we're getting a lot of substitutes here. Albie is still running their normal set, but we see this Andrew and Albie ended the game. Maybe Andrew C was not supposed to be there? No clue. Looks like we're still running this. Okay. All right. We have the Aerospray and the Explosure versus the Dualies and the Brush. Going to be really interesting to see how this goes through. Immediately, Blue takes the point, but this Explosure is trying to keep Albie off. They do manage to run. They pop triple splat. Do not manage to catch Albie in it, though. They do take the point back to halfway, but do not manage to flip it all the way, and unfortunately go down. This Aerospace trying to control, trying to find something. They're going to pop Booyah Bomb here in just a second. I'd have to imagine. Ooh, they pop it a little bit too late, getting picked off there. Unfortunately for them, they're at 60 points already. The water level is now dropping, leaving this map in a weirder state. I like the water level dropped more than I like it not dropped, personally speaking. Again, Yellow is just kind of trying not to go down to Albie here, trying to not get called out, but unfortunately, Albie pops Zipcaster and just gets away. Albie knows that they're probably camping the spawn, and they do manage to take them out. That's going to leave it at a win for blue side. Predicting it right now. They're not going to have the time. Yeah. GG. Albie takes that first of those sets, and as I mentioned, Control kind of gets beat out by Speed. It's hard to run Control, because if Speed gets even one pick on you, suddenly you don't have Control anymore. And Speed is all about just going in and getting one pick. And then just taking that and pushing it further and further back over and over. Like, it's kind of crazy work. It's hard to play into, hard to play against, especially if you're not Speed yourself. We see the same setups, except this time we are on, I cannot remember the name of this map, but it is a pretty interesting map. You have that big, long runway and the ability to jump off of it at any point in time. Not exactly sure who this is favored towards. I would imagine it's favored towards Speed over Control, though. You see Zipcaster Albie going out once again. Dies to the triple splash zone, though. Yellow gonna try to paint the zone from all the way across the map, and they do. I think that it could be favored towards Control just because they have so much more range going into this map. They can just paint the zone from a position that Albie and Boreal cannot get them from. You see Albie trying to zipcast up there, trying to stop this explosion. They hop down, though, and they are just going to be safe from Albie's wrath. They have triple splashdown. They can pop it anytime. They pop it, and they get them getting out of their own triple splashdown, killing Albie also. What a wonderful, wonderful play from them there. Yeah, pretty interesting plays so far throughout all of this. Yeah, Yellow is still just in the heavy advantage. We see Blue pushed all the way up into their spawn, finally taking the point from Yellow here once again, putting more of those gray points on, but they're at such a heavy disadvantage. Unless they can, like, hardcore camp them out here, they're going to be in a bad spot. We see immediately one from Yellow hopping down, going all the way to the back, trying to find a nice position. They don't pop Booyah in time once again. It takes a second to give you the armor, so you can't just run it down like that. They have triple splat, and they're going to take as much advantage of it as they can. I imagine they are going to just pop it for a free pick anytime now. You see that Yellow drop down once again. They're going to pop Booyah pretty early here as they toss it up there. Finding both of Blue team there, unfortunately, just before they find the lead, 10 points off, as now they have just about as many great points as Yellow did. They're going to keep on pushing out, trying to find something here. But it is going to be some tough work if they want to find this lead held out against Blue team here. You see that triple splashdown coming out, managing to find one from Blue. That Booyah coming out to try to find Albie here. They hop on top. They don't manage to find Albie, just barely off point, as they're going to jump all the way back to try to save some face here. They are going to get 44 gray points returned right to them, unfortunately, leaving that entire push at no more advantage than they had before. Triple Splat almost finding it, but they go down just before it can get anyone. I'll be going down to the Arrow Spray. Arrow Spray running into the Triple Splat, but getting out just in time. They're going to try to go in, but they cannot quite find what they need to in time. This bucket has the advantage. They can paint from afar. As long as they keep this paint up and out, they might have a real chance, but it looks like this Dualies is going to run in on the bucket. Can they find him? The Arrow Spray jumps down. They just want some paint on the zone. They know if they flip it, the gray points will be more important. They manage to keep it neutral. They have Booyah. They pop Booyah. Can they get the paint out? That is the real question here. They do manage to flip it once again, but blue team has the advantage now. Yellow needs to keep this painted if they want to get the win here. We have this Explosion playing out, trying to stop them. Triple Splash coming down, finding Albie, stopping their push for now. We see this Dualies trying to come back, trying to stop them. Blue is once again in the advantage, as I had already mentioned, because they gained the lead now. And as long as they can keep on flipping it on yellow like this, it's just going to be a done and set game. Both from blue were in the exact same spot. Both of them almost go down. Albie just getting low there, managing to run out in time. See Zipcaster coming out from Albie once again. Triple Splat immediately coming out, but they managed to dodge it. They're repainting the zone once again, and they gain control of the zone. Once again, we see that Booyah coming out, finding both of them. This might be Yellow's chance. They need to stop Blue from repainting, but that triple splashdown is too powerful as Blue takes the game. Resetting scores, checking the bracket now. Let's get a nice refresh here. View bracket. As we zoom out, we will go ahead and see Brush Maxing won that, leaving us with Jake plus Alex versus the Andrews into AoE versus whoever wins that. And then whoever wins that into the grand finals. Just waiting for them to set that up. Looks like we are getting the Andrews in. We have a Kumu in. I don't know if Alex is still here. I cannot know that for sure. I can check the Discord and see if I've been updated. They'll be Aeolus. Teammate will be Andrew C, but is Jonathan either way. And Jake and Alex use base switches. I don't really know what that means, but yeah. Jake and Alex will be next versus the Andrews. Just waiting for Willow to hop in then. There is Willow, and we should be getting into this anytime now. Flat Zone's random map. We have our team set up and ready. We are just waiting to get into it once again. Santiago dream the way, Santiago. All right, getting into this, we will go ahead and see Aeolus and Andrew S. trying to push out here. We see the exact same weapons we've seen on these teams before. Both teams just trying to play it out. Jake goes down as their bucket is trying to live, trying to not go down here. They have Reef up and ready. They pop it. They do not manage to find the kill. They do find a cleanup on one of them, but the remaining bucket is just around this corner. Will they be able to catch it out? They do not manage to catch it out as Yellow now has a massive advantage. Kumu has come back. They are going to try to watch for this bucket's plays. Andrew is just around this corner. Kumu seems to know that. They pop missiles onto that corner. They toss their thing down and in, but they do not manage to find anything. They do get the paint on the zone necessary, trading 1 for 1 as Akumu hops behind their splatling gun and takes the advantage moving forward. They're going to go ahead and try to defend against Yellow team as we continue to push out through this game. See Blue get another wipe out there as they are continuing to maintain their lead. It's kind of, again, hard to keep on keeping on with this stream as it goes forward more and more. I am trying my best. Yellow managed to get in just in time before Blue wins that. They are taking out some of Blue to go ahead and continue this game as best as they can. But Blue has a massive, massive advantage moving forward. They repaint the zone once again. We see Andrew hop in and try to find some picks. They take out one, but they cannot quite find this other one here. Willow just running further and further away, eventually finding the pick on them. We see Andrew, the other Andrew, hop out here and try to find something, but not quite getting what they need. They jump out. We see the crab pops from Yellow, but they do not manage to get what they need. Those missiles almost taking them out. They choose to jump out. Probably a good play. We see the bucket pushed really far forward. We're going to see a jump in on them as they try to loop around. They need some paint down if they want to win this game. They cannot find the paint that they need if they trade 2 for 1. Blue just continuing to hold, continuing to keep this lead. Yeah, we see them pop crab once again, trying to get a nice flip. It looks like they might have a chance at it, but they're just getting outpainted. Their crab gets taken down. They do manage to take down Alex, but they eventually get wiped out once again, leaving it at a blue win. Till depth do us part from deep cut. Nice. Again, kind of just waiting for this next game to start here. Going to be interesting to see the map and mode. I didn't change it back from bracket. Let me do that real quick. There we go. Now we can see the win-loss. Hate when I forget to change it back from bracket, but again, kind of running out of steam, as it were to be said. They are already up, and we are getting into this game here as we are now almost at the 4-hour mark. 5 more minutes, and this will have lasted 4 hours. Almost the longest stream I've done. Getting into this, we see the buckets maybe changing. I can't remember if it was a bucket on this team. It was the Tri-Slosher. I'm being crazy. I swear these look a little bit different, but I'm probably wrong. As we are moving forward. We see yellow team immediately getting a wipeout on blue team there, leaving them at a pretty decent advantage to start this game. You see yellow continuing to try to push forward and keep their advantage. They do manage to take them out. Willow trying to loop behind, trying to find something, but they know where Willow is, so it's going to be really hard for them to find any tricks here. They have Reef. Can they find anything with it? They kill Aeolus. They do manage to find a big play, taking out both of them in the end there. Kumu's going to try to find a nice, good spot to sit up and camp at, if possible. Yeah, we see yellow come out and find one from blue there. Blue has the lead now, but yellow does manage to retake the point, putting the great points on it, leaving this still anyone's game. That was a bad reef, in my opinion. Could have definitely been used a little bit straighter, gotten a little bit more pink out. Willow tries to run, manages to get them with the fall off. Trying to push forward onto Aeolus here, but does end up going down. Jake's jump in, almost gets called out here. As they are trying to just run around. They do manage to hop up here, but they know that they're there. Can they find it? Can they find it? They cannot, unfortunately. Willow is going to have to find something big here, maybe a big old reef. They can find that. They can stop Yellow from just outright winning the game. They're trying to line it up. They're trying to get it set up. But it looks like they took too long. They've lost the lead, and now they need some big plays if they want any opportunity to win this. That crab being popped on that point just leads to a bigger disadvantage for blue, as I think that this is going to be yellow's game. Looks like it is, in fact, yellow's game. I believe that is 1-1, waiting for this next game to happen. I could be wrong. I'm gonna go hop into the Discord. Nope, no one said anything. Okay. Okie dokie. Just waiting. Again, am I wrong? Is it supposed to be, that's it? Am I going crazy? Did I miss count? No? I think it's still going. Pretty sure blue one and then yellow one. Yep, I hear them readying up right now. Looks like we are getting into this. Splatoon's on Mako Mart. Pretty interesting map and mode here. Gonna go ahead and watch them go in for these plays. Yeah, just immediately one from yellow going down, leaving blue at a pretty heavy advantage here. Aeolus trying to defend, trying to stop them from coming out. A jump coming down. This crab popped on the jump, but the missiles coming down on the crab. They're going to have to try to defend, and that re-slider is going to be it for yellow there as blue continues to take heavy advantage of this point. Yellow has managed to take the point and hold it for a nice second here, but blue does appear to be forcing them out. This crab goes down as it's going to try to jump out here. It does manage to get the jump out, but blue is going to retake this point and start working through their gray points now. See these missiles coming out, almost stepping on each other's feet there for a bad time. That could have gone very poorly for them. Yeah, looks like they trade 1 for 1, blue for yellow, as blue is continuing to further their advantage here. Alex forcing their way forward, trying to find something out here. Yeah, 25 points left for blue as they continue to just force yellow back, force them into a bad position as the Enders might actually lose here. Blue gets wiped as the Enders are forcing their way forward. Yellow manages to paint, finding it just in time. With 5 points left on the board for blue. Looks like yellow is trying to just hold it out now. Their Splatling gun does manage to find a nice pick on Alex? Yeah, Alex there. I don't know which team is yellow and which team is blue for a minute. We do see those missiles find a nice pick on blue as blue gets wiped out once again. Yellow just holding this lead. see yellow get pretty close to the lead here before eventually getting taken out by blue team there. Placing those gray points right back on. Now yellow has a large chunk of points they're going to have to score if they want to end up winning this game. Blue just in such a heavy advantage here. Yeah, blue team is right now. Yellow got very close to flipping the lead. We see another wipeout from both sides here as a secondary finds a kill on Jake, I believe. Yellow comes back on and tries to paint, but they are just barely too slow as blue manages to find that win. Yeah, let's go ahead and pull up the bracket now. Again, I'm so sorry that I'm like exploding into 1,000 billion trillion pieces. For our 10-minute stream, 0 breaks, by the way, have yet to leave this room for any reason. Let's give this a nice refresh. I believe it should be either the AoE, I think. Yeah. It was that the last game? I assumed it was. Bracket just still not updated yet? Bracket's just not updated yet. That was the last game. I'm pretty sure Jake and Alex won. Pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure people started leaving. You know. Alex and Jake did in fact win. I'm just waiting for the bracket. 78% still. Unfortunate. Yeah, we are just waiting for them to get back in now. I'm pretty confident that I know that the bracket just hasn't been updated yet. Let me go ahead and reset scores for y'all. Not set that score to 6. Like, come on. There we go. Reset. Again, kind of just waiting for this to be set up. All right, we are hopping right into it now. Let's go ahead and see what kind of weapons we're looking at. Andrew C. with Pixel versus Akumu versus Willow. With Willow, sorry. Exploding into 1,000 trillion million billion pieces. We love it. Heard walking behind the string room door and I'm confused. I feel like that means that somebody could walk in here and I wouldn't like that. All right. Looks like we will be getting into this now. We have the Aerospray Explosure versus the Bucket and Splatling Gun. Akumu trying to push forward with the Splatling Gun, trying to find some immediate advantage. Yellow and blue pretty tied on this point now. Trying to find just that little bit of advantage, but yellow manages to find it first, almost picking off both the blue members there as this Reef Slider comes out. They toss a Booyah right on top of the Reef, but it is not enough to take out both of blue team, giving them the early advantage. We see yellow come right back on and manage to take this point, immediately pushing it down from blue. They take out one of blue team, trying to catch the other. This Reef Slider comes out, but doesn't get enough paint on the point. Actually, it does. Sorry, I misspoke. To just barely paint it out. Andrew trying to run far enough, but cannot quite find it. This other yellow member trying to get back, but not back in time. They're going to toss a Booyah Bomb from across the map onto there, but I don't know if they have the Paint Plus to get that all the way painted. They do not, in fact, have that. Trying to poke out one of them. They do manage to pick on one from blue. They get both from blue down. See yellow popping that Booyah on the point once again. They now have the lead. Blue has recaptured the point, but yellow is definitely making a push to take it back as they bring it to neutral. They pop the Booyah while in missiles. They toss it straight down, but do not manage to find a pick on anyone, unfortunately for them. Yellow comes right back in and immediately flips the point, managing to continue their lead further and further. As they pop a Booyah Bomb on the point once again, just furthering that play. Trying to make sure that there's no real opportunity for blue to come in and take the advantage. Yellow is just playing so well around their weapons and their ability to handle the control aspects of this game. We see one of them finally go down. Can they find the other yellow member? They lose control of the point, gaining a bunch of gray points once again. They toss down that painter. They're going to have Booyah Bomb up, though. They're going to toss it down and try to find someone off of it. Do they? They don't manage to. Jake just barely manages to live, but they do get a flip on point once again. Big news for yellow team. They're still holding ever yet. With a minute left on the clock, they're down to 15-15 once again. Just putting in some amazing defense work, keeping these the paint on the zone so hard and well. Looks like blue does manage to capture the point, but they're going to have to hold it for a while if they want to get the win here. Yellow needs to get in there and just like flip it for a second, get those gray points back on blue, because blue is currently scoring some real points now. They toss that down, but blue manages to take the lead in the last 20 seconds of the game. Yellow really needs some big plays if they want to win this here and now. Yellow has taken the point, but they will need to take the lead if they want to win this game. They do have triple splash, but they don't pop it in time. Unfortunately, they trade 1 for 1. This arrow spray needs to kill this bucket, or it will be game for them. Overtime, even if they just flip it into a... Yep. Oh. Unfortunately, yellow goes down, and blue takes that first round. Another change, now and never from Seaside. Nice. We will be seeing, once again, this map that I do not remember the name of and did not take a peek at, sadly. This is really heavily explosive flavored. Apparently, I just love the flavoring of all of these games. Favored. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams play into this. We see those rockets coming out from blue team, Jake's team there, as yellow is just trying to find a nice win. They try to take out Willow, and they do manage to take out Alex there. Jake is trying to find their way forward, trying to find some space, stop yellow from keeping it, but that explosion can just sit up there forever. They have so much range advantage on everyone else. We see those rockets coming out once again, those Tenta missiles, but it's just not enough. They do manage to get a flip, but really, it's not going to matter too much, considering the explosion is just going to wipe them right after it. Yeah, blue team is kind of, once again, just trying to find their way forward, trying to hold the point for any amount of time. But yellow just flips it every single time. We see that rain coming through, putting in a lot of effort for their team. Blue trying to flip it once again, but trying to stay up here and take the yellow out. They find 2 picks on yellow. Yellow might just start staggering here, which would be unfortunate for them. They have such an ability to kind of just play this out if they can get forward, but as long as they can stop yellow from getting forward, blue will be in a heavy advantage state here. Yellow tries to kick this blue person out, tries to kick Alex out, but they cannot quite find it. We see the Booyah popped right on top of Jake, finding a nice pick, and now they're going to try to force their way forward and find the kills that they need. We see that Reef come through and find one, but the Explosure finds the final kill that they need. Unfortunately, blue team got the advantage, got the lead during that little gap. Yeah, we're going to see this Explosion continue to try to just, like, camp this point, but with those missiles coming out, it's going to be hard for them to stay in the exact same spot over and over again. Jake finally coming up on that spot as well. Can't really find the kill, though. It's really hard to get up there and find what you need. We see the Arrow Spray go in and find one. They have taken the lead once again, by the way, as they are trying to just kick them out of the zone, out of the area. They have lead, they have zone, they're continuing to further their lead. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, ooh, not quite 8, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is game for yellow, bringing us to yet another game 3. These have been getting closer and closer as the day has gone on. We will be getting into the last game of this set here in just a second, whenever this last person readies up for us. This is a map we have yet to see so far. Oh no, this is Museum. Sorry, I thought this was the other map. I'm going crazy, like I've been mentioning. You see this bucket trying to camp the edge. They managed to find one on the edge. What a wonderful pick for blue team here. We see the Explosion change off onto the Splatling gun here as they are popping missiles. Looks like they're stealing Jake's idea, playing this specific Splatling gun. Ooh, what a wonderful reef, getting a double kill on that yellow team there. That's going to be some big points for blue team, as they should be able to push at least up into the second checkpoint, assuming that they get one of their members out forward. And it looks like Jake is trying to do that. They find a pick on one. The other one does not quite go down, but it's going to be Splatling gun versus a bucket. But with the edge here, they might be able to genuinely play very well into that. They have Reef once again. They're going to pop it. They're going to find a kill off of that Reef pretty much instantly. It looks like they're just trying to loop around, trying to find where yellow is as they are pushing up and forward. More and more, they get to that last checkpoint as they are just hardcore pushed up here. Those missiles almost taking out Jake, but managing to just barely live. The bucket not quite being able to find what they need, but they do pop Reef. Don't find anything off of it, unfortunately. They went up and around. They break through this last checkpoint as, yeah, they find the eventual win. Yeah, that will... Okay, I don't know why I went to 3. Come on. That will bring us through that set as we will be moving in to potentially our last sets of the bracket here. 89% of the way through. Let's view the bracket and see what we have left. It looks like we are in our grand finals. Our grand finals are going to be Jake and, is it Jake? Not Jake, sorry. AoE versus brush maxing. Last time it was AoE versus brush maxing. It went to brush maxing. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Reminder that AoE would need to win 2 sets in a row to win this. And we will be getting into it now. Yellow immediately goes in and finds a wipeout on AoE. Again, I do think that brush maxing has the advantage into this matchup. They are playing a setup that is very, very powerful against Splatling Gun, and when playing into a Splatling Gun, obviously you're going to have a chunk of advantage. This bucket is going to try to force their way out and forward, but as long as they can come in and find a nice triple splashdown on them, it will be fine. We see that reef coming out, and they manage to kill the triple splat before it comes down. Albie manages to find that reef slider in the end, but trying to keep the paint up on these zones is going to be a difficult task as a solo crew. Good thing the jump in just came through, as they now have both zones painted still ever yet, and they are going to ping this person with 3 killer whales for yet another wipeout, as Albie's going to just find their way into the backlines here, leaving them in a tough spot where they're going to have to try to push out through Albie, which is just going to lead to more and more difficulty as it comes. And that is game 1 for Yellow. And we are getting into this. I'm not sure if they're doing best of 5, so I guess we're gonna have to find out together. I can also check Discord to find out. Let's go. It doesn't look like they've said anything about it, so I'm gonna assume that we're not doing best of 5. But if we are, that's gonna be a lovely, lovely surprise. We are into tower control on Manta Maria. Pretty interesting map mode combo. Definitely gonna be hard to say who is favored in this. I still think that it will be speed over control, just because speed has such an advantage over control teams. Albie in their backline trying to stop them from coming forward. Manages to take out Willow. Gonna try to loop around for Jake here, and they do find Jake as well for another wipeout. This might be it. This might be game for Albie's team as they are trying to push forward, trying to push out, and trying to win this game. They pop the killer whales, tagging everyone that they need to. Those triple splashes don't quite find the kills that they're looking for, though, unfortunately. There's killer whales coming out once again, taking out one from blue, trying to find the other, but they do manage to jump out in time. Yellow team has gone up to 8 points, and blue team is putting up the best fight that they can, trying to find their way through. Again, I'm sorry that I just keep on, like, going silent. I'm, like, out of it. I'm so gone. I'm so far away from this match at this point. It is 4 hours, 30-minute stream at this point. That is essentially sorry, wait. It's... A normal stream is, like, 40 minutes. 4, 8, 12, 4, 8, 12, 4. So, like, this is 7 times the length of the normal stream. come out with those killer whales, finding both of them as they push the point all the way into the end. And I really hope that that is the final match of this, because I am dying slowly but surely. Looks like we are playing at least one more. We are on this map I can never remember the name of either, and we are seeing the similar, probably not on brush this time though. They're playing Splatling Gun. Very, very interesting for them to be playing Splatling Gun when they've been playing brush the whole time. Maybe just a little bit of a flex on Jake and Alex here, or maybe they're just trying to make the game last a little bit